for you or I to say the word
Because
ho.
we did this with Lane Kiffin, too, in that audio, and it was like, is that necessary, or is that something that...
I think it's just more we don't need to say it 75 times.
We don't need to be gratuitous with saying ho?
Yeah. You can't walk me to that comment. And then, like, we're trying to talk about journalistic and broadcasting standards.
Please. We just did 5 minutes on poop previous to this.
Yeah, but we did it in a classy way.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show, and I do say show, is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. No one had school today. And in fairness, the Browns didn't go to work today because it's Tuesday, but we got a huge, some say the biggest Tuesday show we've done this week headed your way. We got Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Thank you for that open there. Mac, we've got Jake Murrin doing the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel and producing today. I think we got Flume Dog Millionaire doing the 2020s today. So a loaded show. Oh, boy. JP, how you doing, buddy?
Hello. How's it going today?
Going well.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Glad to hear it.
I will tell you, I'm not going to be the person that did this, but I woke up this morning, 5:30, checked my phone, anything about the school, right? The kids going to have school, they're not going to have school. 5:36, I'd already woken up. My oldest kiddo got a little bit of a foot issue, managed to waddle downstairs, was just about to put the dog outside when I saw the email come through. And I was like, oh, that was inconvenient. And then somehow, it's like Facebook knew what I was thinking, because I was like, oh, would have been nice if I didn't wake up the oldest kid, could have just gone back to bed, whatnot.
Yeah.
But again, I am not a school administrator. Those guys have a tougher job than I do. And so it was funny when I went just before I left for work today, the Wadsworth Facebook group chat or the message boards they have out there were complaining that the superintendent called school off 6 minutes too late.
Yeah, I had that the Soul and Southbourne this morning as well. It was all sorts of people that were like, my kid was already outside waiting for the bus. That does stink.
That I understand.
That does stink.
If they woke up, but even
that was the
then,
big complaint. They were like, my kid's already out for the bus, and then you call the school, and I was like, you know what? I do get it.
That I get. When, I just had woken up, and it was still, my kid had an hour till the bus got there. I'm sorry, guys. Come on. Let's cut our educational folks a little bit of slack here. Their job is tougher than ours. But no, so the kid's got a school day off.
That's good.
I'm feeling good.
My wife asked about the drive-in. She was like, "Oh, I'm so worried. Was you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I actually, it was the fastest drive I've had all year."
Yeah, me too.
Enough people stayed off the roads that then I just got to coast right in. It didn't really bother me in the slightest bit.
Not just that, but the roads
were great.
The roads locally were bad enough that I just used the four-wheel lock, which means I just went Van Damme on that bleep. I just drove like an absolute jerk because I had no fear, and that's fun. It's not quite off-roading. Yeah. All my hillbilly friends know what you're talking about. It's not mudding, but it is fun. Getting out there in the snow with no real concern of going to the ditch. That's fun stuff.
Yeah, Thanksgiving, we went out right when it was starting, and then we almost didn't end up going to the Thanksgiving dinner because we were so worried about the snow and it just going, and then I slid out. And it's like that feeling is the worst feeling in life. Yeah. When you're sliding out and you got no control over what's happening, and you just kind of hope when you land and everything goes that you're just not in the ditch. That is the worst feeling in the world.
We got to get you a truck.
I'm not a truck guy though. You know
Come
this
on,
about
Johnny
me.
4x4?
What part of me screams I'm a truck guy?
Well, no. It's a slow conversion.
Is that
right?
what it is? Well,
remember.
It's just the problem I have with trucks, man, is that I feel like
they're just so big.
No, they flip so easy.
I've never flipped. I've never flipped a truck.
A good buddy of mine, Zach Jenskovic, flipped his truck in high school, and I since then I've been convinced that if I had a truck, I would end up just flipping and then rolling and rolling and rolling. It would just never stop. I would just keep rolling. I don't know,
like Limp Bizkit.
Kind of got into it, but I feel like I would never stop, and it would just be that would be me. I'd turn into I need some cages on this.
Have you considered that maybe your friend Zach was just an idiot?
Maybe.
I've known. Hundreds of truck drivers, and I've never heard of anybody flipping their truck.
You've never? That is a thing? Trucks tend to flip easier than cars do. My goodness.
Semis. Yeah, Jeeps are pretty easy to flip. Trucks, you have to really be being a jackass to flip a truck.
I'd always heard the trucks were just easier to flip. I don't want to flip. That was like my big.
See, this is the problem.
Also,
being
then you
butch
get into
in Chicago.
You get it, I know.
Is no,
I
you
know.
Know like this is
nobody.
You
Zach was the only guy I knew
here.
Zach was the only guy I knew that had a truck.
A lot of truck lovers.
I
that
probably
can come
would have been
to you.
Chicago. Me would have been a truck guy. It would have fit in with basically being a hillbilly in Chicago.
You'll be 10%.
Chewing my tobacco, listening to country music.
You'll be 10%.
Those are all true stories, by the way. That was me in high school.
You'll be 10% more butch if we just get you into a truck. Right? You'll just be 10% tougher.
And then am I compensating for something? I don't know there either. I don't know. Is that what that is?
It doesn't mean it's that.
That's my assumption when I see someone with a massively large truck.
You looked right
I forgot that you have a massively large truck. I thought yours was a semi. I thought yours was a decently sized truck. I forgot.
I'm actually compensating for that in other ways.
But yours, you see, you're just a large human in general, so it fits the theme. You know what I mean? This is the glove stick in the safe.
You are spinning.
It fits the theme.
Your two-wheel drive is not getting you out of that muck, buddy boy.
Large guy has large truck. Who thinks anything but that's an obvious?
Yeah, real good save there.
I like to stay low to the ground is the point.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I spin out on Thanksgiving and almost just wrecking the side of the road.
Well, me and my big truck and my little other things are doing just fine over here.
It seemed kind of cocky out of you to be like, I just put it in a certain drive, and then I just kind of like you're going mutton out there today. Meanwhile, I'm holding onto the steering wheel like on Thursday as if I'm playing for my life.
I would not make those two hand motions.
That was steering wheel me, not anything else. Now I'm cruising USA. I'm in my car.
I don't think YouTube's going to see it the same way. I think YouTube's going to see. How do you drive, Jonathan?
You did the motions that they want to go ahead and have clipped out there. Nobody clipped anything.
I didn't do those. What motions did I do?
YouTube is a paper tiger when it comes to that stuff.
What motions did I do? I didn't do any motions.
2 weeks ago, you just did it again. You just did it.
I'm just miming you doing this.
Yeah, you were pretending to do a hot dog dead on, straight on, and it was.
So that's where we're starting the show today.
Cam Scattaboo, what was up?
Now, all this being said, I would like to strike something down here at the beginning of the show, because I think it goes in line with something that I actually agreed with Kevin Stefanski saying over the last 48 hours about Shadore. And I know that there's a big conversation about you gotta cut him loose, you gotta let him air it out, and all these different ideas here. And I think Kevin said something that I do think we should actually pay attention to, which is he just needs reps right now. And so while everyone's focused on what the situations that you're putting Shadore in, and these are the things we should be focusing on, by the way. Mm-hmm. But when it comes to you got to open up the game plan for Shadore, I think there's people who still clinging to the belief that if he starts the final 5 games and obviously the 2 previous games, that we're going to have some sort of rubber-stamped guarantee Shadore is or is not a starting quarterback at the end of those 7 games. And I just want to remind everybody that while we can get a lot of glimpses into what he might be, every year, there's 2 or 3 guys that were drafted in the first round that we don't know about until 4 or 5 years later. Now, Shadore's not going to get that bandwidth, right? But in terms of we have to have a firm answer on Shadore by the end of the season, guys, you're making up a goalpost that doesn't likely exist.
Look at the conversation today nationally was all around Dak Prescott and what a slow cook that has been. People right now are just coming to the realization that he's having one of the best seasons out of any quarterback in the NFL this year. But it's like, oh, he looks different than he did a couple years ago. And wait, he went through Jason Garrett to then go through Mike McCarthy to now have a Schottenheimer as the head coach, and he's still winning games. And it's like, I didn't know he could do all this. It's been a million years since Dak Prescott was taken. Like, some guys are a little bit more of a slow burn. That's the reality.
Well, and I know they're drafted about 3 rounds apart. I look at this like Jalen Hurts in 2020 with the Eagles, where they gave him, I believe, the final 4 or 5 games of that season. And there was nothing in that 5-game stretch that absolutely said, this is the guy. There was also nothing that said, definitively, he wasn't the guy. You're looking for enough. Like this myth of, I need a firm answer on Shadore, and same thing with Dylan Gabriel, although it's a little different with Dylan because he's just a whittle guy and he doesn't have a lot of the physical traits you're looking for. That's a quicker answer than Shadore, who's learning the mental side of the game, or maybe speeding up the mental side of the game while matching it with his physical ability. You're not looking for the absolute yes or no. If anything, you'll get an absolute no in 7 games and a 5th-round pick, but an absolute yes, that's no. You're looking for enough.
Oh, I mean, I think
you see enough growth to say, I think with a full offseason, this guy can be good enough next year?
I think for a lot of people, you can get a definite no. I think it'll be unfair. We can discuss that, obviously. But I think there's enough people out there that if he stinks up the joint for the next 5 games, it's like, all right, that's a definite no. Way more than we'll find after 6 or 7 games where people are like, he definitively is the guy. Yeah. And we've seen some guys take over and late in the season the way that he's doing, and they capture it and they run with it. I'm thinking Brock Purdy. He was the 3rd quarterback off it was Trey Lance who got injured, then into Jimmy Garoppolo for a few games, and then it got to Brock Purdy, and then Brock Purdy never relented, never gave up. And at the end of the season, San Francisco knew what they were doing in that situation. I think ultimately it's going to end up being we go into draft conversations where there's just enough people that think we need to give Shadore another year, and there's also just enough people that are going to throw numbers at you and throw all sorts of other things to say, this isn't the case, this isn't the guy.
But that's most likely where we should be. To me, that's an encouraging sign. If Shadore can go from 5th-round pick, 2nd guy in that room that they drafted, the guy who we're going to redshirt up until, they believe that until 3 weeks ago, if you can go from that to it's a justifiable conversation, that is the win you're looking for, Browns fans. Like this idea that because I agree with what you said, and to me it's a numbers thing. Most oftentimes when you're talking about a 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th round, 7th round quarterback, 5-6 games is enough because there's not the talent there. You're looking if they have all the other stuff they might have. Mm-hmm. Even then, the averages say 80% of those guys within the first 7 games are, oh, you're a backup, or oh, you're this, or oh, you're that. And then maybe they hang around long enough to dispel that at a different time in a different place. That's what the law of averages says with this. So, like, everybody wanting, like, oh, if we just get 5 more games of Shadore, like, that's what I want. I don't want to see Dylan go back out there. I don't need to see Deshaun. I don't need to see Bailey Zappi. But what we should be looking for, the final 5 games of this season, as an extension of the last 2 starts, is enough. And that is going to be subjective, and I know that's going to lead to fights, which is really what you're talking about. Totally get it.
We're going to have a lot of them.
But that's as good as it's going to get. Or at least that should be the expectation right here with 5 games to go.
You got 5 games, and if I were to tell Shadore Sanders before the season got underway, you are that buried on the depth chart, and you're going to have 7 games to go ahead and prove your worth as a 5th rounder, he'd sign up for it on the dotted line. Like Shadore, you can't ask for much more. And I get it; it's later on in the season, not the most ideal time. Weather conditions. Guess what? Our road games this year for the remainder of the season is Chicago, which are a lot like Cleveland weather, and Cincinnati, which is a lot like Cleveland weather. Get used to it. You're not going to have a nice weather game the rest of the time. It's going to be tough. This isn't what Dylan Gabriel had, where it was Chamber of Commerce weather and everything was awesome. You're going to have to overcome these odds, but this is part of your story. You got 7 games. If you do get to play this out for the rest of the year, you really can't ask for much more if you're Shadore.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Can the Browns get a firm answer on Shadore Sanders this season? I think that's putting yourself in a corner that I don't think the Browns, Shadore, or any of us benefit from doing. You're looking for enough. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40. We got John Fanta at 3:20. The Peterlin Pass coming up in the 3 o'clock hour as well. Albert Breer at 4. Lance Reisland, Coach Lance, Cleveland.com, joining us at 6 o'clock. But 216-474-0092. Can the Browns get a firm answer on Shadore with 5 games to go the rest of this season? And the path ahead for Shadore Sanders and the Browns on 92.3 The Fan.
to midnight, all of the best segments from all of our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
I think he's showing some signs that perhaps maybe he actually can be a winning quarterback in the NFL. And the things that I see that make me believe this, and why I think the Browns probably believe this to a certain extent, is the fact that he does sort of have that it factor. He's got a nice, strong arm. He's got the ability to evade the rush. He's showing some things. He's got elite accuracy, a really nice touch on the ball. I think what makes this evaluation difficult is that the offense is horrible, and he deserves a chance to keep going. I like the 1 week at a time thing. I like that because it keeps him hungry. He has a way of feeling like he has arrived after he wins a game, whether it be preseason or regular season, and he doesn't need to be feeling like he's arrived yet. He needs to stay hungry and just keep working at this.
Mary Kay Cabot, Cleveland.com, on earlier today on this very station, giving her take on Shadore. And I think a lot of what I heard from Mary Kay there, to me, is where we should be with Shadore. The only thing I would push back on is listen, I think if you can evaluate somebody in the worst circumstances and they can continue to have growth in a little bit of success, a little bit more success than the last week, a little bit more pocket presence than the last week, then you can really start to say, man, if we got a left tackle, a wide receiver in here and rebuilt the rest of the offensive line, and the kid had a full offseason, we might really have something next year. Like that gets back to the idea of, she's right that, I mean, surrounding him is not really anything of note other than Quinshawn and maybe one or two offensive linemen. And the one that played the best this year is the guy that won't be playing this last week and was splitting reps with Tevin Jenkins this week. Totally makes sense of it. All of this makes sense. However, I look at this and go, yeah, there's a lot that you said that's right. You're not looking for definitive yes or no. You're looking for, is there enough in that cup that we can actually get more out of it going forward with a better, improved situation around him?
Yeah, and I know I said in the offseason we'll probably have a spot where half the fan base thinks no, half the fan base thinks yes, and we'll be discussing it, and then we'll be putting it into buckets of like, well, is that better than whoever you could take in the first round, or is that better than Mac Jones, or whatever that ends up being? But like, really, sometimes this stuff does become really crystallized and really clear. Like I mentioned Brock Purdy last segment, but yeah, I think even Drake May, he's at the forefront of everyone's mind today. Drake May is a perfect example. After year one, the Patriots didn't have anything in year one around Drake May, but they knew just based off of watching. It didn't matter about the stats. They just knew watching that he was developing each week and he was getting better each week and he was becoming the quarterback that they thought could blossom into what he is now in year two. And that's really what you're trying to sell at the end of this. Are you getting better? And do you feel like if we put the other pieces around you, we would see a blossom? And for Drake May, it's happened.
Well, and like, let's not forget that I don't know, even though Shadore can do some of the stuff that Kevin Stefanski likes, because I think there's a push and pull that I don't think Kevin loves a lot of off-script quarterback action. I think Kevin likes his, this is your first read, this is your second read, this is your third read, do as I say, and you'll prosper.
Right.
There are other head coaches who are going to look at Shadore's ability to go off-script and see that you can win with that. And basically keep coaching him to play within the pocket while not discouraging him from playing off script. And so, like, not only do I think, gosh, if this kid keeps growing in this environment, and he's got a full off season, and he's got a new offensive line, and he's got a new number one wide receiver, right? Not only do I think that can help, I think if there's a move with Kevin Stefanski and you bring in a offensive coordinator who is not as beholden to his script, but maybe more akin to what Bill O'Brien did with Deshaun Watson. This is not a one-for-one, by the way. But my point is, if you look at what Bill O'Brien did in Penn State at New England, he didn't do anything similar to what he did with Deshaun Watson. Bill O'Brien built an offense to suit Deshaun Watson.
Right.
that's what you could possibly be looking at if over the next 5 games, again, you just see growth and maturity. And again, maturity, I'm not talking about emotional maturity. We're talking about on-field maturity.
That takes a different Stefanski. And listen, I don't know.
No, we agree.
And I don't know what to make of this last week's game. We obviously talked a lot about the running element of it all and what they did in the second half of that game. But like, it was a weather game, and so I don't know. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, and because I didn't think they shackled Shadore or did anything like that in the Raiders game. I really didn't. But was that just because it was perfect conditions, or because what we're seeing? I mentioned again first segment, like you're going to have bad weather games the rest of the way. So are you in a bad weather game? Does Stefanski just go back to what he had been doing with Dillon and with all these other quarterbacks?
I think we have to throw the book out on Stefanski previously to what we're seeing with Shadore right now. Because I think he's flying by the seat of his pants. I think he's playing a quarterback that maybe he's been coerced into playing. I think he's playing a quarterback that he doesn't, it's not like, but he doesn't believe in the same way that he believes in Dylan Gabriel, the supercomputer. And so I don't know that Kevin, I don't know. I just think the situation has run its course. I think it would make a lot of sense that a revitalized head coach, a coach that has the right energy, has the right mindset, that isn't just, I like Dylan better. Like, I think a different coach would just get a different result and maybe treat Shadore a little differently and talk in terms of like in-game stuff.
No, so I listen, I agree with you, but that's the part that makes me so agitated when I think about Stefanski, because you would think most people that are like true masters of their craft or people that really love what they do, they'd look at this and listen, this might sound insulting, I don't mean it to be in any sort of way, but they'd look at the situation right now.
Don't say he's got an ego.
No. I'd say he'd love the challenge. I'd say he'd love the challenge of it all. Of like, all right, Dylan was my quarterback. I thought he fit into my system, and I thought this would work really, really well. It didn't, but like here is this new set of clay that I get to mold, and I get to try to figure out what he does best and how we can get this offense to fly and work the same way that all these other coaches across the league. They get a new quarterback, and they're like, all right, let's see what Sam Darnold to Minnesota. KOC is like, all right, let's figure this out. Let's see what we can do here. And I just feel like Stefanski doesn't. Stefanski knows what he wants, and then he tries to fit these quarterbacks. He did this even with Deshaun for the first 2 years.
He did it with Baker, too.
He tries to fit them into what he wants to do and what he thinks he does best, instead of being like, oh, this is exciting. This quarterback does this, and I get to play to their strengths. I get to play to what they do best, and I'm going to be able to figure this out. It's almost like he's a one-trick pony in this whole thing, and it's so bothersome to me.
Well, and I think you're right. And here's... I think we can take how he was trying to use Baker. And I know half that sample size is tough because Baker was hurt. I understand that. And that's, for a lot of people, they're just not going to move past that in the conversation. Even in 2020, he took Baker and said, all right, you're going to do these 3 things. We're going to run the hell out of the ball. And then that's it. That's going to be our offense. And so a lot of people looked at Baker and said, oh, he can't do it. He's just a system quarterback, or nothing more than a game managing quarterback, right?
And it was fine it was fine in the moment in some respect, because you looked at it and said, well, he's handing the ball off to Nick Chubb.
And also you were trying to build from the beginning.
You had what at the time was one of the top 3 offensive lines in the sport, and you had Nick Chubb as your running back. So I think a lot of us were like, okay, let's see where this goes.
And you're also, in fairness, you're also trying to have the basic foundation of Baker Mayfield as an NFL quarterback. Well, what happened? It's the same thing what we saw with Joe Flacco, who was his wings were clipped earlier this season. I don't know that Dylan Gabriel has anything more. Dylan Gabriel's wings have been clipped. Shadore a little bit has been clipped. Well, what happened when Baker wasn't clipped anymore? What happened when Baker went to 3 straight offensive coordinators who all they did was say, hey, what do you like to do and what are you most comfortable in? The guy went and played his 3 best seasons in the NFL. I don't think it's coincidence. Like, at some point, that has to be a reflection on Stefanski, that 3 different offensive coordinators have gotten a different level of Baker than Stefanski ever did here in Cleveland.
I mean, it's why I believe Jim Harbaugh has been successful everywhere he's been. Stanford, San Francisco, Michigan, and then now with the Chargers. His big motto in life is coach to the people. Coach to what they do. Every person's got their own stories. Every person's got their own way of playing. The fun part about coaching is finding out what they do best and then playing to that strength. I feel like the people that do that are always successful. Meanwhile, the coaches like Stefanski that just try to fit what they do best and make everyone else work around that, it's just a recipe for disaster.
216-474-0092. Want to hear from you guys on this one. Can the Browns get a firm answer on Shadore Sanders this season? Let's go with Fred in Cleveland. Fred, welcome to the show, buddy.
Hey, thanks for having me. Hey, I'm a non-apologist for Stefanski, man. So anytime I hear the radio and I hear you guys going in on him, I'm going to jump in and I want to get a lick on that as well because I don't like the guy. And I'm going to just say this. Excuse the beeping. I'm going to just say it'll stop. I'm just going to say, like, the guy.
I just put on your seatbelt, buddy, and it'll get where you want to go.
I just pull it over, man. I just stopped driving.
No, you really just put the seatbelt on. You don't have to stop driving. It's just a simple answer.
Yeah. You're right. Or I can put it behind me.
All right, what you got, buddy?
Hey, but no, basically, man, like, you guys are hitting everything I've been saying since he's been here, man. The guy is mediocre, and when he tries to do something to then be other than a one-trick pony, it backfires. The thing with Fanning understanding, it's almost like when he runs these trick plays, you can almost tell that this is about to flop, and I don't know what his thinking is. And I'm just trying to figure out I haven't heard you guys talk about the clip of him when the game ball was given out last week. Maybe I missed that, but I didn't hear anything. And when I seen it, I'm looking at every time I hear Stefanski talk about somebody on the Browns other than Shadore, he's always talking in a light. I don't get it. If it's some type of chip he has on his shoulder, I don't know what it is, but it's been an ego thing. And I can't say race anymore because he had the same thing to me with Baker. And I just think it's time for a fresh start with Shadore. If you look at the quarterbacks that he's had, he hasn't coached any of them up. He hasn't done anything to make any quarterback better. It's basically shrink down to his scheme and throw 5 and 10 yard passes. Like, he doesn't trust anybody. And I think that's what we've seen from Shadore last Sunday, which was, he threw that one pass in Oakland, that deep ball, but then this week it was like, okay, just take what we going to give you. And I think that's coming from the coach, and it's not letting that kid, like, if we know this is a losing season, wouldn't it make sense to let this kid go out there and just do what he needs to do, man, and see what he can do so we can plan for next year? I mean, because when I hear offensive line, drafting them guys, which is what we need, but it just reminds me of the whole Joe Thomas thing. Like, here we go again. It's another rebuild. So then you're going to get tackles to come in, and you're going to get people to come in and then hopefully protect him, but they're going to make mistakes. And it's going to be back on Shadore if he hasn't got coached up, and we're going to still be blaming him. But I want to leave you guys with this question. Do you guys honestly believe Stefanski is the right coach to bring Sanders along? Because, again, nothing about his player development screams, keep him. That's what I wanted to hear.
Fred, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much. Keep driving safe out there. There's a few things. One, I don't like Kevin Stefanski's developmental approach with Shadore up until the moment the kid started playing. I'm not as upset about him trying to keep the kid in the pocket because I do think that's something Shadore can learn. But then you have like the second half of the San Francisco game where I'm like, I don't even know what the hell you were doing there.
Well, and so that's why I don't want to make any declarative big statements on it because I just wonder if he just thought that was a weather game and it was going to be until the special teams gaps. I just wonder if Stefanski thought it was going to be a 13-10 game and we basically just had to make sure we ended up on the right end of it in the right situation at the very end. I don't know.
But the weather was bad in the first half.
I know, but the broadcast highlighted it. How much more aggressively everyone had expected the weather to be in the second half than it was the first half, and even like talking to people before the game, like we talked to Mary Kay at 12:20, and she's like, "It's really not bad right now, guys."
The only devil's advocate that I would give on Stefanski is he didn't pick Baker. I don't think he was the guy in the lead driver's seat to get Deshaun. And the one guy he has picked is Dylan Gabriel, who was bad, in fairness, and got 5 games before he moved on to the guy he didn't choose.
My response to that would be, unfortunately, not everyone gets 7 years to land in the perfect situation to prove that they can do it.
Well, no, but at some point, like, what other offensive head coach wouldn't have had more say in the quarterback position to this point?
Oh, no, he's never had enough say.
I think he's got say. I just don't think he has I don't think he's like picking quarterbacks.
Okay, but that's not the point. My point that I'm making here is that I don't need to give him a 7th year to maybe, just maybe, give him a chance. Like, who's even that quarterback that he would choose and be? We would have the same conversation over and over again.
Kirk Cousins.
It's all it's going to be. It's like, oh, Mac Jones? Is everyone going to turn around? If we land Mac Jones, is everyone going to be like, oh, Stefanski finally got the guy he wanted. You gave him a good quarterback. Like, no one's going to have that conversation that way.
Can the Browns get a firm answer on Shadore this season? Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Breer coming up at 4 o'clock today. We got John Fanta in just about 40 minutes. Nick and JP back with you here on a blustery day in Cleveland. We got a couple calls we're going to get to here on the Shadore stuff. Again, the question is, can the Browns get a firm answer on Shadore this season? It's just something I keep hearing and keep hearing and keep hearing. I understand the intent. I think way too often. It's actually, and it's not just a Cleveland thing. It is an NFL thing. We try and put things into like one season, like cylinders.
Yeah.
It's not how the NFL works.
No,
right?
I mean, look all across the NFL. Jaden Daniels is in the quarterback he was. C.J. Stroud is in the quarterback he was. And all of a sudden, other quarterbacks like Drake May, that was once perceived to be the third best in that class, is now perceived to be the best in that class.
And every one of those quarterbacks are first-round picks. So you don't have the same runway with Shadore. But you also aren't really looking to clear the same bar as those other guys. Like, those other guys have to every time they pass one milestone, they get another one that's even bigger. With Shadore, you're just looking for these final 5 games and certainly the 2 starts. Can you see development? And can you see, if you really start to see some development, can you see potential more room for development over a full off season, maybe a new coaching staff, and certainly more talent around it?
And it's important we stress that part too, though, how low the bar is to clear, because it does. It's just a good point to make. Like, you just have to be better than what, I don't know, Mac Jones could potentially be, or what a quarterback in the second round or third round, because you're probably not taking one in the first round, could potentially be for next season. That's not the highest bar in the world.
We're going to get to some calls on this coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, but let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
Well, JP, Mike Tomlin is under fire in Pittsburgh as the Steelers are 6-6 and tied for first in the AFC North with the Baltimore Ravens. The two teams match up this weekend. His former player, James Harrison, went on Debo and Joe it's a podcast to challenge
Joe Hayden's podcast.
Joe Hayden's podcast. I was going to do to challenge Mike Tomlin's greatness.
I have never been a person that thought Coach Tomlin was a great coach. I thought he was a good coach. A coach is someone that tells you what to do. And it doesn't matter if what they're telling you to do is right or wrong. That's what a coach does. A good coach gets you to play to your potential. And a great coach gets you to play beyond your potential. The only history we're making is being the worst Pittsburgh Steelers team, statistically, almost in the history of the organization.
Part of me wants
he
to make...
He speaks in a very fun way, doesn't he? He's very dramatic.
Part of me really wants to make James, state the statistics, but also I don't want him to beat me up.
He might be talking about that, what happened with the run game. James Cook went for more yards on Sunday than any opponent that the Steelers had played in the run game in 55 years.
So you're saying they let that man cook?
That man cooked. That's why the conversation around it always so bothersome. It's like, oh, Josh Allen had this great game. It's like, no, James Cook just kept doing the same run over and over and over again and got 255 on the ground.
Should we listen to James Harrison on Mike Tomlin?
I can't. Couple thoughts on this. One, I can't escape the guy on Twitter. I wish I could give him credit who said that the Tomlinisms have basically gotten to him to the point where now he thinks to himself, like how Mike Tomlin speaks is, we're trying to eat soup, but we only got forks. We need a few more spoons. We just don't have enough spoons. And it's that's perfectly Tomlinism at the heart of it. And so I can see where Harrison is saying, yeah, at times he just kind of speaks and some people buy into the rah-rahness, but does he get people to be better? It's been 8 years since he's won a playoff game. It's been 16 years since he won the Super Bowl. A runway since, Don Shula went 21 years from winning the Super Bowl to then being fired. You don't get this long unless you're employed by the Steelers to be as just slightly above 500 as he's been.
I get the
frustration by Steelers fans is what I'm saying.
I think they're stupid. I think they are so off their freaking rockers. Shut up and enjoy 10-win seasons. Seriously, you sound like ass clowns. Like, oh gosh, the standard is higher here. Cry me a freaking river. You don't know what suck is, and get the hell out of my lane.
You're right. They don't know what suck is because they haven't sucked. But the reality is that, yes, they want more. They want Super Bowls. I can't blame them for that. And on top of it,
I'd like to be 100 pounds lighter and $1 billion richer. We get what we get, and we don't throw a fit. Yeah, I used my kid-ism. We had to use that with my children.
It's sports. You get to throw a fit if you want to. This is the enjoyment of sports.
Oh,
it's
poor
not 10-7 and saying to yourself,
you know what,
we
Debo?
have something.
No, Debo, I'm sorry.
Tomlin ignores quarterbacks.
He
doesn't treat the most important
They haven't had a losing season with him.
They've won a playoff game in 8 years.
Yeah, but had they won a playoff game with him? Did they win a Super Bowl with him?
16 years ago. Yeah. 16 years ago.
Yes. When was the last time the Browns won a Super Bowl?
If you compare it to the Browns, it's going to be a different conversation. Compare it to other actual franchises in the NFL, and that's what the fans are doing.
Okay, well, they went from, 25 years from winning the last one with Chuck Noll to winning the first one with Bill Cowher. So I don't know. I think it's pretty obvious. He doesn't care about the quarterback spot, and I would be mad as a fan if my head coach didn't care about it either. Yeah, I think he does care. I just think he hasn't gotten it right.
His top 6 players paid are all on the defensive side of the ball.
Get those quarterbacks?
They're all on the defensive side of the ball.
Has he been in a position to get those quarterbacks?
He doesn't know what to do with quarterbacks.
Or he's been able to get a quarterback the best he could with a second, third, fourth round pick or the 20th pick in the draft. Where do we find the most amount of quarterbacks that end up being franchise quarterbacks? In the top 10. That's where they found Ben Roethlisberger.
You had 8 years to try to figure this out. He hasn't figured it out.
I get why all he's done is won.
The fire Tomlin chance I understood from Steelers fans. I did. I understood it this weekend.
Yeah, I think they need to go ahead and have their IQ checked. Omaha! That's very strong. Sorry. That wasn't at you, though.
Well, it sounded like it was at me.
No,
I'm going to be honest about it.
IQ. You're very high IQ.
I think your IQ needs to be checked. How about that tit for tat?
Now,
how about that tit for tat?
Your IQ is lower than mine.
I think you're dumb. No, I think you're dumb. That's all that argument was. That's all that was.
Really dumb? Mac. Sorry, we had to find a common enemy. Yeah, we feel better now.
Heard your Friday show went all right.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
All right, good. Glad to hear it.
Oh, didn't see you there.
Man, I want to argue with you so bad about Tomlin right now. I'm going to get irate about Tomlin. I just want to stew about Tomlin. I get the Steelers fans' frustration. I understand it. You should want more at this point. 8 years without a playoff win. I can't be the person saying it's been 6 years and Stefanski has one playoff win and that's not good enough to then turn around and be like, well, Tomlin, no playoff wins in 8 years. That's good enough. Like it isn't.
What does Kevin have before those 6 years?
The game has drastically changed in front of Tomlin's eyes. If you think the game is the same now, they're not winning. They're slightly above 500 every year.
They're in the playoffs
they're
almost
not
every
winning
year.
The playoff games. That's the point.
Yep.
The point of it is they're going 8 straight seasons.
Yep.
And when they get to the playoffs, when they get to the playoffs in the past 3 years, they've been double-digit underdogs in every single one of those games. They're not even competitive.
How do we not see the value of winning when you're winning and going to the playoffs with guys like Kenny Pickett, booty stank, washed Russell Wilson, and potentially washed Aaron Rodgers?
Well, but also, by the way, too, he's the one that he's got this control right now that is almost Bill Belichick in New England levels, where he's making all of the executive decisions. Like, he built this team, and the way he's built this team out has shown you he doesn't care about the quarterback position.
Well, okay,
that's indefensible.
No. Him not being able to upgrade it yet doesn't mean he doesn't care. It means he hasn't had the opportunity.
It's been half of a decade since Ben retired.
What's the move that they could have made since Ben Roethlisberger retired?
It's been 5 years.
What's the move?
It out. Figure it out. That's his job, not mine.
Figure it out. No, it's what's the move?
Other teams have gotten quarterbacks in that time.
Yes,
but figure it out. You're the Steelers. You're the Steelers. You get to be involved in some of the conversations for some of these other quarterbacks.
So should they have traded for Deshaun Watson? That worked out so well for us.
No, but he's made dumb decisions like thinking, Russell Wilson, he can be the guy. Why is it by the way that Tomlin never gets
with Russell Wilson?
Why is it that Tomlin never gets executed for the trades that he makes and the decisions that he makes with the front office? It's only looked at as in a coaching lens. Like, yes, he decided Russell Wilson was good enough.
Because his team wins.
Did that work?
His team wins enough.
No, they win 9 games a year.
Yeah, I'll take 9 games.
Yes,
the Browns
as a Browns fan, you will.
6 games.
That's not what the Steelers fans are comparing it to.
Yes, and
they're not
dumb.
comparing themselves to the Browns.
You're smart.
They're comparing themselves to other NFL franchises that have won Super Bowls with an S.
Yes, and they don't have a perspective.
As they should.
No, they shouldn't. Like, it takes time to find quarterbacks. Not everybody's Green Bay and has 3 quarterbacks for 40 years. Not everybody can do that.
And the problem I would have with Tomlin if I was a Steelers fan is he doesn't seem like he has any interest in actually seeking out those quarterbacks and trying to get that to work. He's paid zero attention to that. He spends all his money on the defensive side of the ball.
So he should overpay for crappy quarterbacks to prove to everybody how much he cares?
I just think he cares about one side of the football, and in 2025, I'd like a head coach that did more than just that.
They've used first-round picks on left tackles. They've used high picks on wide receivers and running backs. I struggle. If there was a quarterback you could point to and go, if they just made this, they'd be a completely different team, but you can't. There's not a what if of a quarterback move they could have made, right? They've always made the best available move. Can he help it that the scant amount of good quarterbacks have come out over the last 5 years where he's able to take them?
He had a chance for Jackson Dart last season. He didn't take it.
Jackson Dart, the guy who can't get out of the concussion tent?
You're trying to give me examples of times he passed up on quarterbacks.
Jackson Dart was... Oh, I almost said something bad. It was crap last night.
You just asked for it, though. That's a specific example.
So Jackson Dart, they're better with Jackson Dart right now?
Half the fan base wanted them to take a quarterback at 21 last year, the position that they were in.
Do you know Jackson Dart's any good?
He chose not to. He just chose not to. That was,
Do you know Jackson Dart's any good?
In the process, said we'll go with 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers to then win potentially 8 or 9 games, be a first-round exit, and then we'll have to then go back into the same cycle of picking at 15, 16, 17.
Do you know that Jackson Dart is any good?
I don't know, but again, it's been 5 years. At some point, if you're the Steelers, you can put some emphasis on that spot. And by the way, if you can't even land somebody that you think is there, they're not even attempting to do anything outside of, Mason Rudolph and Will Howard are going to cover up our flaws. You kidding me?
216-474-0092. That was quick hits. Do you side with Steelers fans? Think about that out loud, folks. And the signs are there for the Browns if you're paying attention. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
and Rewind, weeknights 11 p.m. to midnight, all of the best segments from all of our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
I don't know if that was a strategy to where, they were trying to keep him healthy. I don't know. I've seen goofy things like that where they've rotated guys due to health concerns, but it's tough to say, guys. And Jack Conklin being evaluated for concussion again. So you've had a different number of guys each week. We're talking about, in September to now, we're talking about third, fourth, and fifth string tackles. And we're hoping that one of them that's questionable is able to play. So that's the state of the union for the offensive line right now.
John Greco with the Morning Boys earlier today giving the state of the Browns offensive line. We got John Fanta in 20 minutes, a Peterlin pass in 40 minutes, and then Albert Breer at 4 o'clock. I think it's interesting that John pointed about the Wyatt Teller situation, juggling him at right guard yesterday, 2 days ago, and asking, maybe it was injury related. We do have Wyatt's going to be out for this next game against the Tennessee Titans, but then Wyatt himself said this weekend that was not the case.
No, yeah, and I thought I went off on it yesterday because I think it's important we continue to talk about it because it just doesn't make any sense to me, and we're not going to get a clear answer. They never give us a clear answer in this stuff, and that's the part of the problem in this whole scenario.
Yeah, and I guess this one lands a little different for me because there are about 10 guys on that team that I have a soft spot for. And what I mean by that is like the veterans that have been here. And I know that Wyatt, there's always been a decent chance Wyatt finishes his career somewhere else. I know it seems like for whatever reason they're reticent to extend him. I think this is trash. And the more I've thought about it, when we started talking about it yesterday, I didn't realize how mad it made me. And the more I thought about it, I've only gotten madder about this situation.
I made a point, and you visibly did get angry, and then you turned and went to the caller as if you were trying to process how mad you were at the point.
Yeah, well, because I didn't want you to think I was mad at you. I'm mad at, the whole thing, the only thing that I can fall back on that they always point out is we do right by the players, right? That's the whole thing. And it turns out that's not entirely true. Because, and by the way, I think Tevin Jenkins would be a great starting right guard next year because I think Tevin, his only problem in Chicago was he couldn't stay healthy.
He's graded out really nicely this year. In the time he's been on the field, I thought he's been serviceable.
The problem is you have had a top 5 right guard for the Cleveland Browns for the last 7 years. And unless there's something they're not telling us with Wyatt off the field, unless there's some personal dynamic that we don't know about, which I would find hard to believe given that Wyatt has been one of the faces of the Browns for the last 7 years. To have him, to watch Cam Robinson, and again, I think Cam's an okay football player. He's been put in a bad situation. To watch Cam Robinson on every other play get driven 7 yards back farther than the interior offensive lineman. Same thing with KT Leviston, certainly with Jack Conklin this year. To watch those guys continue to play and continue to play really poorly. And then to watch a guy who's been a part of this locker room making his 100th start as a Cleveland Brown, to watch him be treated like a scrub while there are guys on special teams making the same damn mistakes. I don't understand how Wyatt's the only guy in the NFL we can hold accountable for some mythical bad play when he grades out as your best offensive lineman all year long. I don't understand.
Not only all year long, but in that game yesterday too. That's the difference. It'd be like if you looked at the numbers, or even when you're watching the game, you're like, oh boy, he's all laying it out there. And I guess if he was told this was coming the entire time, that's one of the best offensive line performances, at least for the first half before all the injuries that we'd seen from this team all year. And then with Wyatt, again, he graded out as your top lineman in the entire game. Not only top lineman, your top offensive player in that game.
And I don't understand why they don't want to do business with this guy going forward. Is it that he doesn't just wax Kevin Stefanski's ass every chance he gets?
Or is it because in the postgame he wanted to make sure that everyone knew that it was definitely this rotation thing they discussed and not some sort of phantom injury that he thought people were going to discuss it as?
And I'll be honest with you, I don't buy this crap. I understand this time of year if a guy is banged up. I'm not saying Wyatt isn't banged up, but I don't believe from the team that Kevin Stefanski knew on Sunday that he was going to be already not there the next week. Like, because the Browns consistently say nothing, because their messaging is crap, and because, quite frankly, they already kind of jobbed Wyatt Teller and with the way they treated him on Sunday, I'm inclined to not believe, he's too hurt to play this next week. There's something rotten here.
Yes.
And guys, if they did this to some jamoke on special teams who just blew 7 plays this last weekend, or who clearly didn't give effort enough on special teams, those are the guys you do this with. Cam Thomas with the dunderheaded move of all time to cost you to at least finish off that game a couple weeks ago. Those are the guys you do it to, not a guy who's earned the respect of the community. Like, I do not get this. It feels completely fraudulent, and it feels like another made-up thing, and it just pisses me off that they're doing this to Wyatt Teller.
It just doesn't make sense as to why they're doing it, though. Like, Tevin Jenkins, unless they think he's part of the future, but he's a free agent at the end of this year, too. And so this is the part I don't understand. Like, why get Jenkins more work in that moment? Teller is not only playing well, you need him to play well because he helps out everybody else around you, and it sets up better if he's in these games. I'm trying to figure it out. I mean, I know you said yesterday you had a couple DMs or people saying that they thought that maybe this was part of the tank or part of the losing process, and it's like, I don't know. Maybe it is. I can't figure it out because it makes no sense from a football standpoint because he's one of your best players at this point.
Yeah, and again, how you treat your best players, how you treat the Browns, try and do everything to appease Myles Garrett, as they should, by the way. That's how the NFL works. Keep your best players happy. Make Myles happy. That's smart. The idea that, and by the way, they've done everything to protect Joe Bitonio, who has not been as good this year. Like, I'm so appreciative Joe came back for one more year. He came, the organization totally sandbagged this guy and probably promised him the house like they tend to do everybody, but he's not been very good. I have not seen Joe Bitonio been sat in the cuck chair for half a game for, again, a nice player in Tevin Jenkins. But for Wyatt Teller to not get the basic respect of this is infuriating. And then, if you're going to do that, okay, do more than your crap lip service, because it's apparent Wyatt wants it out there of what the truth of Sunday was.
Yes, as he should. Now, it's interesting, though. I'm just trying to figure it out. In long term, I don't know generally if he's even injured right now, if they just want some sort of look at Tevin Jenkins. That's a real problem that I can't trust their injury reports. I can't trust what they're telling us.
Well, and I'll tell you right now what it makes me feel like is there's just no chance that Wyatt's back next year, and that's...
I think that was what I said yesterday that got you pissed off.
Like, which is like,
if you're going to treat him this way already, you're already setting it up, and you're setting the table up to say, because you don't give a 3-year extension and a bunch of money to a guy that you're already rotating Tevin Jenkins in and out for.
And also, why the hell would he want to be here? Like, Wyatt's one of the 3 or 4 guys after the deadline that said, I want to be here. And listen, I'm not going to knock Myles for it. We had our do-si-do back in the offseason. Your best player literally at one point said he didn't want to be here anymore. And you have kowtowed and you have bowed down to the great Myles Garrett, as you should. I want to make that clear, as you should. And then a guy who after the trade deadline said, no, I'm happy I'm here. I want to be here. I want to be in Cleveland the rest of my career. And then you treat him like some special teams scrub, like a nudnik. And like, again, to me, that's where honesty does matter. Like, where Wyatt has to come out and say, yeah, it's performance-related, I guess. That guy has to say that? You don't have the balls to say it? Oh, well, we keep that in-house. No, you're covering your ass and you're being fake. That's all that is. Mm-hmm. I understand there are times to keep things in-house and times when not to. I understand it. I'm always going to be on the wrong side of this because I always want transparency because I think the people that pay hundreds upon thousands of dollars to go see this team deserve it. But when we get into deserved things, I know the NFL stands for not for long. But Wyatt Teller deserves better than this. From a scrub-ass offensive line coach. And by the way, he might be the one guy who could be here next year off the 5 guys that are playing right now.
Yeah, I mean, no complaints from me. Why
am I just continuing to get more pissed the more we talk about it?
It's the Tomlin carryover is what it is. you get your round up and then it just kind of, that's like the runway to get going. I don't know. This is where I was yesterday. I've calmed down since then. I thought yesterday I had a lot of anger towards it, but it's not really even from like a protecting Wyatt Teller side of it. I think yours is like protecting Wyatt and like all that he's earned and everything. I get tired of the idea that the Browns continuously they think we're idiots. They think we're just going to believe everything that they put out there. I mean, this goes to, I can tell you 25 different examples of what we've seen over the previous couple years where they'll tell you this is how it is, and because enough players are they too scared to speak out? I don't know what it is.
No, I mean, they've made sure to eradicate any of the leaks, to run guys out who they felt they couldn't trust with a message.
I mean, talk to some of the beat reporters. Like, they'll tell you they've never had as much limited access as what they have right now around this Browns team. And like, it's such a focal point of forming relationships with these players, like understanding how to get some of the best information, and a lot of that has just been stripped away. And now we're at the spot where a player can tell you in the post game that it was again, as dumb as it is, for performance issues, and then the response after that was by Stefanski multiple times and by the team, no, he's injured, and on top of that, he's not even going to play next week. Okay, it's not what the player told us after the game. Yeah, it's just I can understand you want to keep the message in the house. I can understand the different ways they're trying to do stuff, but at some point it's disrespectful to Wyatt. It's disrespectful again. Every time from now on, but the other part of that though is
real quick.
Go ahead.
Every time you hear that organization from now say things like we want to do right by the player, think back to Wyatt Teller and how they're treating him now.
So why are they doing this to Wyatt is something we also have to be asking in this equation as well. Why, if you're really trying to win and you're trying to put your best players out there and you're trying to give Shadore the best chance to succeed, why would you take one of your best linemen off of the field and the guy that graded the best in that game on Sunday? Why would you do that?
I've honestly thought about this for 48 hours, but certainly the last 24 hours more focused, and I can't come up with a point that I watch Wyatt. I look what they're doing. He does not look like a problem. I cannot say that for half of the offensive line. He does not look like a problem. Does he not shine Kevin's shoes? Because Kevin does not like personalities. Kevin does not like anybody that might be a threat to Kevin just going into the room and scheming crap up.
Did they take the idea of it's a fact-finding mission just a little bit too far, maybe? Is that the idea? Like, they really are in this spot where they're just trying to figure out if Tevin Jenkins can be cheaper than Wyatt Teller, so they're going to give him the opportunities? Is that like the big play here? Because you can do this stuff with offensive linemen and people aren't going to cause a stink the same way you can do it. You can't do this with other positions where you just take the best players off the field. If Myles Garrett was just subbed and rotated out for the remainder of the game, we would know that, we would identify that, we would talk about that. They do this stuff with these type of players, and I feel like I don't know that they care about winning at this point. I really don't.
They've done it with the left tackle spot earlier this year.
It's a 10-8 game at the half, and you're subbing out Wyatt Teller. I don't think they're really trying to win.
Well, but remember, KT Leviston and Cam Robinson splitting the left tackle spot. KT Leviston and some other jamoke before Cam Robinson got here. I don't know what Mike Bloomgren. Listen, I think Mike Bloomgren's got a great NFL pedigree. I do. You know, if Bill Callahan says you're a good coach, I'll try and believe you as best as I can until I see some evidence that makes me believe. But this rotating tackle crap is college stuff. You don't rotate offensive linemen. Continuity is the most important thing to offensive linemen, and we're not in. And certainly in a game where you were in it. We're not to the evaluation standpoint. If we were, Ethan Posick, who, by the way, has played pretty decently recently, would be on the bench because you got to see a really extended look from Luke Whippler as well.
I don't get it. It's a 10-8 game. I don't understand what else anybody could tell me when you take one of your best linemen off the field. And by the way, while your offensive line is crashing out all around you as is, it doesn't make any sense, Nick. It doesn't.
216-474-0092. Does the Wyatt Teller situation make any damn sense to you? We'll talk with John Fanta about Shadore's runway in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital's Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Headline Sports News every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's Sports Desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on the Fan on Apple Podcast, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We've got Albert Breer coming up in 40 minutes. The Peterlin Pass coming up in about 20 minutes. But the Browns are 3-9. I think I got some stuff with the Wyatt stuff out of my system. I continued to get progressively angrier about it.
Yeah.
I do think the Tomlin thing was the right fight to have before we had that conversation.
It definitely got you riled up.
Because it allowed me to just process that anger. And then, so we're feeling better now.
Good. Okay, good.
And because now I cannot be angry.
I'm probably not going to shut up about it ever, though. I mean, if we're being honest about it.
I think we kind of have to have like a once-a-day check-in.
It's the type of thing that I have a real problem with the Browns thinking they can do.
Did the Browns just not want the Tellers to send out their yearly Christmas card?
Oh, did I tell you? I didn't tell you who asked me for my address over the weekend, over the holiday weekend.
Who's that?
One Kenneth Carmen.
Oh, I got that too.
So we made the Christmas card list. I'd always wondered. I was like, I've never made the list. I've been working with them for almost 10 years. I'd never made the list. I wanted to be. Who doesn't like a Christmas card?
I think so. I love getting Christmas cards. I'm just really bad at sending them out. Like, I know we ordered them, and then they might sit on my desk for a while, and they might get sent out. They also might not get sent out.
Lisa's playing Christmas card roulette. She only ordered like 6 of them and is sending them to like the immediate family. You know what I mean? Like my sister, my mom, and all these people. The problem is that if like my aunt goes to my sister's house and then sees the card and it's got all of us on there, she's going to be like, "Where's my Christmas card?" But then I can't just send it to the aunt to satisfy that, because then if one of the cousins go over to her house, see how this works?
Gateway card.
And I don't want to send out 100 cards this year. I just don't.
I think what you got to do is you got to fire back. You premature just fired out there being like, you ain't getting bleep.
She only wanted to order 6.
You guys have the ultimate trump card. You just had a baby.
I don't use it enough.
Yeah, you should.
I don't use it ever. I need to get better at that.
Like, I almost want to start inviting you to things that I know you don't want to come to, so you can then use.
That's nice of you, yes.
You can use it like, we have a baby. And they'll be like, Jonathan, I hate to tell you, none of those 10 events I invited you to were actually real.
I just assume the world doesn't care. You know what I mean? Like, they're not going to give me the whole Peterlin pass on that one.
I think the people that do care.
The Peterlin pass.
Care. Like, our friends Steph and Mike just had their baby girl, their second kiddo, earlier in November, and I texted them and I was like, listen, we would love to see you. Also understand if you don't want to come to Friendsgiving this year, even though you're 5 minutes down the road, because you just had a kid. So you were probably exhausted and overwhelmed. So if you don't want to come, we want to see you badly. It's been a while since we've seen you. But if you don't, please know we love you and it's okay.
I'm just going to start using it now. Like, hey, that Tomlin fight, didn't get much sleep last night.
That's true.
Didn't get much sleep. That's where that came from.
216-474-0092.
Now Keith's going to be waking me up in the middle of the night to make sure we start fights. Like just texting, calling.
How long do you get to use the new baby excuse? I say a full year. It's hard being a parent. Full year. It's hard being parents of newborns.
I don't think I've used it once.
We need to give not new parents, but parents who've just had a baby. We need to give them full runway. It's hard. I'm an easy street. I got a 15-year-old and a 12-year-old. If they start screaming, I just walk out of the room and say, "Figure it out." Right?
Just turn like you're like Abe Simpson. And just walk in, walk out.
I grab an alcoholic beverage, walk out of the garage, and say, "Deuces." You guys let me know when you figure it out. All right, we made him wait forever here. John Fanta joins us, NBC Sports Cleveland show on the Fan Hotline. Sorry about that, John.
Sorry, John.
That's okay, guys. I've got a 7-month-old. I believe in the year-long policy, and had the Browns won on Sunday, you both would have been added to my family Christmas card list.
Oh, wait, so we're not... Wait,
we're not...
How do I get punished because Kevin Stefanski can't coach his way out of a paper bag?
Really taking 3-win Wilson to heart here, aren't you, John?
Yes, I am. You're still. Yep, you're set up nicely. That was just a beautiful disaster on Sunday afternoon. That was for me. That I was thinking about this before hopping on with you guys. Do you guys remember when the Browns hosted the Rams on Sunday Night Football in the Freddie Kitchens season. You remember that game?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a fourth down. I want to say like 4th and 8, 4th and 9 maybe. And they decided to run a draw play, and I genuinely believe it was because they didn't know what. Like I do believe there was a faction there of they didn't know what down it was because the play made no sense.
Mm-hmm.
That for me was Sunday's stand and play. Like that, if I point back to a play with a coaching tenure ending, that will be the play that I look at, because when the graphic on screen is showing 2 on the play clock, I'm sitting there saying, yep, delay of game, and then the snap still occurs. It was at that point that I said, that is an indefensible, undisputable mistake upon mass proportion that nobody could ever justify under any circumstances.
Obviously, John, we're still digging through the rubble of the 49ers loss. I put it on Kevin. I did put it on Bubba. I put it on special teams. Where is it all on Kevin for you, though?
Yeah, it is, because Bubba works for him. And Bubba, Bubba shouldn't be coaching this week. If we're just being real, like these are things that are happening way, way too often for a professional football team to be doing these things within the course of a game. I mean, if you take away the 66-yard return and you take away, here's the thing, you know how we're breaking down games every week, and we say, well, if you take that play away, it probably goes differently. The problem with the Browns is you have to take away like 6 or 7 or 8 plays, and 90% of them are on the coaches. This is a young football team. They're very inexperienced. They need training wheels at times. That's okay. They're not the first football team that's ever needed that. They're very young. The coaching is not helping the players. That's a huge red flag, and it just continues to be with this team. They did unimaginable things on Sunday afternoon, guys, and it does fall on Kevin, because you know your team is in a 2-point game, and you know your team is not loaded up with talent. I mean, on the defensive side they are, but loaded up with talent on offense to be able to function properly all the time, or to just get the benefit of the doubt. Twice on 4th and 1. Twice. You knew when they put an offensive lineman in at fullback on the 4th and 1 in Niners territory what they were going to do. The Niners knew what they were going to do. Was there anybody blocking on the interior there? No. And then you couldn't make it on 4th and 1 there. What made you think you were going to make it on 4th and 1 in your own territory? That ended the game. The moment that happened, you sat back and you said, it's just not going to happen, because the coaches cost them that game Sunday. And they've cost them a number of times this season. And as a result, changes are a must. There's just no denying it. I do blame Kevin, because Bubba is his special teams guy. And the special teams errors week in and week out, dropping punts. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. And I feel bad for the players. I do. I feel bad for some of the players on this team that work their tails off for a game every single week. And I feel bad for Jim Schwartz, guys. I really do. I feel bad for Jim Schwartz. Did you see Schwartz and Shanahan chopping it up at the end of Sunday's game, sort of laughing, and Schwartz put his hand over his mouth? Oh, to be a fly on the wall to know what Schwartz sort of muttered to Shanahan, who knows, of all people, the dysfunction within the Browns.
All right, John. What'd you make of the sideline interaction between Jerry Jeudy and Shadore Sanders?
Well, look, I documented on this show that Jeudy, to me, he's not a long-term option for this football team, nor should he be. I think for me, I'm not going to explode off of it. Like, the interaction to me right now that sums up the dysfunction is the stuff that's happening on social media between people's girlfriends and, it never ends with the Browns. But, I don't know, guys. I think that we could look into any sideline interaction and overreact or not react enough. That didn't really... It's not something that I have an overreaction to at all, but I just, Shadore Sanders to me, the biggest problem that I have is you compound the bad coaching, okay, and that creates total dysfunction in your organization. Whether one social media video after a win says it or not, the Browns are dysfunctional. So these types of interactions on the sidelines, they're going to happen. They're going to continue to happen. I think the hardest part is, how do you properly evaluate? How do you properly say where Sanders is at when all this other, the word I can't use on your air. I mean, I could use it, but I don't know if I'd be allowed back on next Tuesday. All that other stuff.
I'd probably let you back on.
I would.
Okay, thank you, Nick. I appreciate it. All that other stuff.
And Jonathan
is happening. Is happening. So, to me, Judy, I'm over everything with him. The mistake in Vegas, it did it for me. But it just. That didn't bother. That doesn't get me thinking one way or the other. I want to see more of Shadore. I want to see him finish out this season, and I just think that the hardest part about this is that we very well could walk out of this season being like, well, we think there's something there, and we think that maybe there's some potential, but how do you properly evaluate it when your coaching and your system is so broken and disjointed?
All right, what are the next 5 games about for the Cleveland Browns?
Well, to find out if they could go into next year with Shadore Sanders as an option at quarterback, as a starting quarterback. That's what the next 5 games are about. And they're about Myles Garrett making history. Let's appreciate that. And they're about continuing to watch these rookies grow. I mean, if there's one thing about this season that I'm enjoying, I think you both would agree, we get to watch Quinshon Judkins and Dylan Sampson get better and better every single week, and Harold Fannin making plays left and right that make you say, all right, there's something cooking here. I've enjoyed that, and I've enjoyed watching Carson Schlesinger play football every week. The Browns have a coaching staff that I fully believe is on their way out. But the players, I enjoy watching some of these young pieces be dynamic and get better. I would just say, I'm knocking on wood as I say this, knowing some of these rookies who can be back for their second year, I just want them to stay healthy. I don't want anything to happen to them heading into year 2 for those different rookies and different standouts. I want to see Myles Garrett, get this record, smash it, and make some history. But more than anything, I want to know. And here's the thing, guys. I don't know if we'll know the answer, but I would love to get some semblance of an answer of, all right, can we go into training camp, and is Shadore Sanders a real option for the Cleveland Browns in their quarterback competition? Is that a real thing? That's what I want to know the answer to. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah. I mean, that's got to be it. And really, it's not even the highest bar to have to clear, John. It's can you be better than whatever you think you could potentially draft, not even as the first or second quarterback off the board, probably the third quarterback off the board, or then on the other side of it, Mac Jones.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you want to know here is, and look, this quarterback class, which remembers, pre-draft this past year, what people were talking about this upcoming year's quarterback class to be, let's be honest, it's withered. It really has in terms of hype at the top of the board at this point. Now, we know because of the priority of the quarterback position that the hype's only going to continue to rise because that draws interest and audience, and quarterback is the most valuable position on the field. But I think that you're exactly right. Are the Browns... I think they'll have a new regime. Is that new regime, what is going to be their route, and how is that determined financially? How is that determined? Do you get a seasoned vet in the room, or do you go and draft again? Those are the biggest questions for this team. And Lord, I mean, I know that this gets tossed around from time to time, but I think the other thing that we want to find out over the course of the next weeks and months is what is ultimately going to be like the final type of conclusion with Deshaun Watson, because it's still very much like a thing that he's around and he's been coaching up Sanders and stuff. And I think if you asked him, he'd probably say that he wants to come back and play. I mean, if you ask me, I think he's done being a starter in the National Football League. But that quarterback room. But the biggest thing you got to solve is Sanders feasible? And if he is, then maybe you do, go the route of getting that established veteran to compete with him and be that type of presence. We're going to find out.
John, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you. We'll talk to you next Tuesday.
Thank you, fellas. One step closer to us not watching people that we're tired of.
I'm still not there. John, we appreciate you, buddy. I'm still not there. Like I do really just love watching this team, no matter how mad they make me. Like I don't know, there was definitely years, certainly during the tanking era, where I was just ready to be done by halfway through November. No, I'm still ready for the next 5 games. I haven't given up my. I don't know, excitement's a weird word when you're 3-9, but I haven't given up my intrigue of what the next 5 games are going to be.
Especially since there's an easy win right around the corner, which is a hard thing to say, an easy win for this Browns team. But the Titans legitimately might be the worst football team we've seen in the NFL in 20 years.
Yeah, it's funny. We saw Raiders game. That's a layup. It was. The Dolphins game. That's a layup. It was. This might be the most layup of all layups. And yet, there's somehow...
They still found a way to Jets that one up,
Remember how
I mean, we did do that.
Remember how I felt
Are you
in my
feeling
loins?
something in your loins for this one?
But it's not a good loins feeling. It's a bad loins feeling. It's like you go talk to your doctor and have him squeeze you a little bit.
Light burning.
Yeah.
No guarantee Gary this week?
I don't know. I would, as of Tuesday,
this legitimately might be one of the worst football teams, at least in the last half decade of football. That's how bad this Titans team is.
We'll react to what John had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick.
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Miss one day and you miss a lot. We are the radio home of the Cleveland Browns.
Here we go, Brownies! Here we go!
92.3 The Fan.
To find out if they could go into next year with Shadore Sanders as an option at quarterback, as a starting quarterback. That's what the next 5 games are about. And they're about Myles Garrett making history. You know, let's appreciate that. And they're about continuing to watch these rookies grow. I mean, if there's one thing about this season that I'm enjoying, I think you both would agree, we get to watch Quinshon Judkins and Dylan Sampson get better and better every single week. And Harold Fannin making plays left and right. I've enjoyed watching Carson Schlesinger play football every week. But more than anything, I want to know, here's the thing, guys. I don't know if we'll know the answer, but I would love to get some semblance of an answer of, all right, can we go into training camp and is Shadore Sanders a real option for the Cleveland Browns in their quarterback competition? Is that a real thing? That's what I want to know the answer to. Wouldn't you agree?
Cleveland's own John Fanta, NBC Sports in the previous segment, making his weekly hit with us. We do have Albert Breer coming up in just about 15 minutes here. We'll talk with him about, the state of the Browns, the state of Stefanski, and so much more. But I do think when John was going to ask the question there, what are the next 5 games about? I think it's really, really rare that you would get this deep into the season and you look at it and go, well, they're 3-9, playoffs are off the table. What else you got? And I think Shadore's the obvious answer, but I think John called out a lot of stuff that make this final 5 games incredibly watchable if you're a Browns fan.
Yeah, I mean, and it's obviously the story all season long has been what the rookies can do. So it's one big, we just kind of lump them all into it. But even outside of that, yeah, the Myles Garrett sack record alone should be enough for people to pay attention the rest of the season.
And here's the other thing. I know Tom Withers said today when filling in on Baskin and Phelps, he said, well, the players are still playing for Kevin. Mm-hmm. It's tough for me to believe that after the kind of errors that were happening on Sunday. But the next 5 games will tell us that. The next 5 games really are a great opportunity for Kevin to keep this thing on the tracks. I don't think he can do it, and I think he's cooked. But that's certainly.
Be honest about your confidence level with this now.
Well, no, I mean, I think it is something to watch for. No.
I mean, it's definitely something to watch for. If we start from the idea that he's cooked and he's basically just playing out the string, it doesn't exude the most confidence in the world that he's going to be able to rebound from this. The dead cat bounce back from this is going to have to be him doing something with Shadore that at least he didn't do in the 49ers game and that we hadn't really seen him do.
Yeah, I mean, if you go 3-2 in the final 5 games and I see Shadore progress from where he is now by the end of the season, where I see another 25% of growth, 35, 40% of growth, that is again, that's proof.
Can I give you a moment of honesty here?
Yes.
The very first play that Shadore had, the very first drive on Sunday's game, when Shadore went deep to Jerry Jeudy, he missed him, obviously. We all know that play, right? When he made that throw, I thought to myself, Stefanski's treating him a little bit different. We got a carryover from the Raiders game. He's learning. He's figuring things out. Now all of a sudden, he's gonna understand what to do with this Lamborghini of a quarterback that he's got, right? He's gonna be able to figure this out. And in my mind, I was erasing the previous year and a half of just being angry at Stefanski, and I was erasing the year and a half of just thinking that basically he didn't know what he was doing at this point. His brain was fried, and he didn't know how to coach these guys. He was starting to slowly but surely get me to twist on that, and then the rest of the game happened, and so obviously that thought didn't permeate with me.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and
but
for
that brief moment, it did. He's got a chance, and that's what we're saying. In the final 5 games, if you do something different with Shadore, if you do something different with this team, there still is enough time to have people thinking, you have a clue at least.
And I think one of the great hopes of having a young team is that you can put together a good December, right? When you've played young guys, this is what pissed me off so much about the special teams issues this last weekend. It's you're playing predominantly young guys there. Those guys should be getting better. We shouldn't.
I know, but the other thought on that too, though, is always that they've never played this many games in their life, and so it becomes harder for some of these rookies to actually go out there and do that.
I don't ever buy that excuse. It's the NFL. I mean, the damn college football season for some guys is 15 games now. You know what I mean? Like, and granted, they break it up because you have the break in between conference championships and the playoffs. But I don't know. To me, the best coach teams that have young players play their best football in December. And so, and by the way, you can do this and you can still lose games. But Mike Hall Jr. is year 3. All right, Mike, look what you got going.
Mm-hmm.
With Malik Collins out, and that is a killer of an injury.
Yeah.
And by the way, we haven't talked a lot about it because, hey, Malik Collins' injury, yeah, it's bad. Yeah, he's one of their best free agent signings under the Barry regime. He's an incredible football player. He complemented Mason Graham perfectly. But there's now an opportunity for Mike Hall Jr. and Aiden Huntington. Certainly, I mean, guys beyond Devin Bush, Schlesinger, and Jerome Baker. Diabate's another guy that continues to come along. Mascarenas, Arnold. There's a couple young guys in the secondary. There's even at the center position if they go to Whippler at any point. There are young guys here. Isaiah Bond, who actually has looked functional the last 2 weeks.
You had 12 or 13 rookies on the team. It's not we have a lot of young guys, but beyond just the rookies, obviously.
But I think I think the idea that we can see some tangible growth in those guys. We've had years where we've had plenty of young guys, and we've gone out and watched them in December and thought these guys aren't getting any damn better.
Yeah, that's what's so encouraging
I can't say that yet about this team.
That's what's so encouraging about the yards after catch king, Harold Fannin, right now. He seems to get better every week.
Can we just call him the Yak King?
And I wanted to spell it out for people. Also, in my mind, I was debating whether or not Fanta. I wanted to debate whether or not Fanta is rewriting history as we're speaking here. He goes, if we go 3-2, you owe me and JP a burger. First off, that's not I don't have a burger bet, but I appreciate you lumping me in with the burger bet with Nick. But he made a quick comment to it last week while you were out as well. 6 wins is all he needed. I thought the burger bet with Fanta was 8 wins.
I honestly don't know anymore.
I think he might be trying to. Is he?
I've got
rewriting
3
this?
burger bets. I can't keep them straight. By the way, a 4th burger bet with you. All I know is I'm winning every single one of them.
Well, no, you're not. The Ravens are technically the leaders in the AFC North right now.
Technically, right now. Okay. Albert Breer coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
them by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
You can now stream The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
My mouth gets me more in trouble than anybody else. Nick and JP back with you. We got the lead coming up in 1 hour's time. Coach Riesland, Lance Riesland at 6 o'clock tonight. But Tuesday on this station, you heard John Fanta earlier this hour. And, of course, now you hear Albert Breer. You can usually hear him 5:20s on Tuesday nights right here on Afternoon Drive. And he joins us now on the Fan Hotline to talk all the latest of the Cleveland Browns. Albert, welcome to the show, bud.
Hey, guys. What's up?
Well, I'd like to get you on the record. 2 starts in. How are we feeling about Shadore?
I mean, I think he's looked comfortable. It hasn't looked too big for him. I still think we just don't know enough, to really move too far off whatever position you were on initially. So, if you were thrilled to see him in there, then. I'm sure you want to see more. If you had serious questions on him, you want to see more. It's just, I don't know that he's really dispelled what, his reputation was as a player, and the flaws that are in his game. But he also hasn't, reinforced any criticism there's been of him either. It's just sort of, I think he is what he is. I don't feel we've seen enough to really know that he's anything more than a 5th-round pick, who's playing out the string for a bad team. And again, we'll see if he gets more opportunities to show more than that.
What'd you make of Schefter over the weekend saying, if he plays good, he's got a long runway and all these other quotes from, I would imagine people inside the building, to then have Stefanski asked about what the status is, and it's he's going to he'll have this next week, and then when followed up, hey, is he going to have anything more than next week? He refused to answer. Did you make anything out of that?
Yeah, I mean, I love Adam, but isn't that obvious? I don't know. I saw that headline, and I kind of my first thought was, if he plays well, he's going to keep playing. Isn't that everybody in the NFL?
Yeah, exactly right, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it wasn't he has a chance to be the quarterback in 2026. It was just, if he plays well, he'll keep playing. If he keeps playing well, he'll play the rest of the year. I think that's what we all assumed it would be, right? It's not like the Browns have any other option sitting behind, door number 2 where it's yeah, we have to see this. I mean, you might, again, and I've laid out the case for wanting to see Deshaun Watson and getting a chance to see what he has, coming off the Achilles. And, I think the Browns might want to do that at some point, but it's not there's something that's going to turn your season around, because it's already gone for the most part, if you move off of Shadore. So, yeah, I mean, if he keeps playing well, he's going to stay in there. I don't know. I felt like that was kind of self-explanatory.
Albert, I know Jimmy Haslam back at the owners' meetings in April said he's got belief in these guys. They all took it on the chin for the Deshaun thing. And obviously now they're 3-9. We got 5 games to go here with 5 weeks to go. 5 games left for this season and 5 weeks to go in Berea. Is everything still copacetic amongst the thought partners in Berea?
Yeah, I mean, as far as I know, it is. Now, I think how the rest of the season plays out, it'd be stupid to sit here on December 2nd saying oh yeah, what happens the rest of the year is irrelevant. It can't be, if the team were out on the coaching staff over the last couple of weeks of the season, or it looked really bad, it'd be naive to think public sentiment couldn't play into this to some degree as well. And I understand that's not in the best place. I've said this to you guys a few times over the last couple of years. I really believe that, Jimmy Haslam and his family worked really hard to try to figure out, what they wanted their football structure to look like. And I think, with Stefanski and Barry, they sort of have what they want. You know what I mean? Just as far as how you have things set up and the workflow and the reporting structure and all that different stuff. And that's why I think they're going to be a little more reluctant to just throw that out, So I think they like the guys in charge. They like the structure they have. And they understand that this was, I think a rebuilding year from the very beginning, going back to the way they operated during draft weekend. And so what does it take to fire somebody in that sort of spot where you like the structure, you like the people, and you've acknowledged it's a rebuilding year? I think it would take it really looking like, man, there's no light at the end of the tunnel at the end of the year.
I want to know if this even crossed your desk and got on your radar or not, because we made a big deal for the past 48 hours or so about Jerry Jeudy and Shadore Sanders and that interaction on the sidelines. Okay, you did. I didn't know. Sometimes we do these things in a local level, and you're like, well, we really talked about that a ton, but nationally it was just a blip almost. What did you make of that interaction?
Man, I don't know. I think you're seeing, to some degree, some of why Jerry Jeudy's fallen out of favor in other places. I don't know. I mean, I know, Sean Payton, when he got to Denver, had a very defined vision for what he wanted in players. And, that doesn't mean you can't start to take risks. But when you're on the ground level, you really want, a high majority of your locker room to fit what you're looking to build, And Jerry Jeudy very clearly did not fit into that, which is why, and I think I said this to you guys last week, why Cortland Sutton, for example, gets to stick around, but Jerry Jeudy doesn't. And so, I think that you've sort of seen part of that. There's always been talent there. There's a reason why he went in the first round. He's a great player in college, but, there's also a reason why he's never been able to manifest his talent in the NFL. And, I think all of these things sort of play into that. And so it'll be interesting to see where this goes from here. It's always a weird spot for a rookie quarterback to be in when you're dealing with these sorts of things in your first year.
Albert, I ranted about the Wyatt Teller situation earlier this hour. There's a little inside baseball, so I'll try and catch you up. They juggled Wyatt Teller and Tevin Jenkins at right guard on Sunday in the loss. Stefanski came out after the game and said it was because Wyatt is nursing an injury. Wyatt came out and said it was performance related. And then Stefanski, in his postgame, said Wyatt's not going to be out there against Tennessee on Sunday, which is very rare he ever calls out ahead that that anybody's out for the next week unless it's a season ender, multiple week injury. I'm just curious if all the details that I've shared sound as, I'll say, odd to you as they have to Jonathan and I.
So wait a minute, let me get this straight. It's honestly the first I'm hearing it, right? So he alternated with Tevin Jenkins last week. He said it was injury related, or Kevin said it was injury related. Then the reporters went to Wyatt. Wyatt said it was performance related, and now Kevin's saying he's not playing at the Titans.
Yes, correct.
You
got
that
it.
Right?
Yep.
I mean, if it was another player other than Wyatt Teller, I would think it was disciplinary. A guy who is, given a lot to the franchise, is a veteran player. I would think, this is you're making us all look like idiots. So, we're going to sit you down this week type of thing. Mm-hmm. But I just have a hard time. I don't know. That's a weird one because I don't feel like Wyatt's that type of guy, right?
We felt the same way.
Yeah. And what makes it even weirder, Albert, is that if it was performance-related, your eyeballs told you he was playing a really good game, and then PFF had him as the #1 graded offensive player on their sheet this week.
I mean, it could also be look, sometimes teams protect their players, and, part of protecting your players is when they're hurt, you say they're hurt, so people don't think that they're. And maybe there's some sort of wires crossed there where Wyatt had thought, I better not talk about my injury. I don't want to talk about my injury. Again, I need to know a little bit more about Wyatt's history talking about injuries in general. But yeah, I mean, that sounds like a really weird one. But I guess this year is sort of par for the course up there, right?
Sounds about right.
Exactly. Something doesn't smell right. But anyway, Albert, another again inside baseball type story.
The story of the 2025 Cleveland Browns. Something doesn't smell right.
It's just how it is. These things just don't stop. All right, Jawan Jennings. Obviously, another situation this week with him. 2 weeks in a row now, and then Shelby Harris called him a hoe.
Yeah. Yeah, and I personally don't know what Jawan Jennings did out there. I've been meaning to look into this a little bit more, but, I mean, whatever he said had to be bad because, like, Jawan Jennings isn't a rookie. You know what I mean? Like, Jawan Jennings has a reputation for being a really tough, hard-nosed player. I know he's one of, like, Kyle Shanahan's favorite players out there, and he's, I think, 5 years into the league now? So this is not, like, this isn't some guy that, like, just came into the league and is mouthing off and now needs to be put in his place. It's definitely an interesting situation.
Albert, what's worse, getting punched in the beanbag or being called a hoe?
Oh, I mean, at my age, I'd rather be called a hoe. I don't care if somebody calls me a hoe.
I know.
100%. Yeah,
I know.
100%.
I kind of feel like Shelby Harris should have found a better word for it.
It's really not even that much of an insult.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's one of the things where there's, like, inequities between girls and guys. I mean, there was a point in my life where, like, being called a hoe would actually be a compliment, right?
Yeah, right. You know? I mean,
you were such a hoe.
You're such a hoe.
Why,
You're like, oh,
thank you, Albert.
You've noticed what I've done in the streets. Thank you.
Guilty as charged, yeah.
So I do want to ask you about Jackson Dart. He gets the third concussion a couple weeks ago. The team sits him down for a couple weeks. They spend all that time telling Jackson, hey, protect yourself. He goes out on Monday Night Football and multiple times puts himself pretty ridiculously in the line of fire. Is this a coachable thing? Like, what's going on with Jackson Dart that he just doesn't seem to understand the difference between playing hard and, putting yourself out there?
Yeah, I think that there's, like, a fine line that guys have to walk. And I think, you see more and more quarterbacks who play this way coming into the league really over, the last 10 to 15 years. And, look, like the guy on the other side, Drake May, went through it last year where he had a couple concussions. And, like, he's had to kind of tone down some of that stuff, going back over the years. Like, some guys have a sense for things around them, other guys don't. Like, Robert Griffin was one where it was almost like, dude, like, how did you not see that guy coming? You know what I mean? Like, and put himself in the line of fire and got hurt a lot. Like, that's not necessarily his fault. Like, that's just kind of an instinctive thing. Sometimes guys will tell you that can't really be taught. Like, there's just this spatial awareness that some guys have, and then other guys don't. So I'd say, like, in a case like this, the coaches, I'm sure, are going to be all over Jackson despite his denial after the game on it, and are really going to try to, like, coach him hard on it, because it is such an important thing, and it isn't something that should just be dismissed. But you also don't want to take all of it away from him either. And, I've made this point a lot, like, with some of these quarterbacks, and it's like, at some point, like, you do have to stop being, like, the sort of caretaker of a quarterback's health. You know what I mean? Like, and, he does, there is an element of this that helps a young quarterback develop and grow, in that, like, if they got to account for you as a runner, it's gonna change the math for the defense. The defense might have to take somebody away out of coverage to deal with you, or they might have to play zone instead of playing man, and so it'll simplify things on you. It just changes the whole dynamic on defense. Plus, when a guy runs for one, if you're playing good defense, the guy runs for, if one runs to convert like a third and 4 or third and 5, that can really be a back-breaking thing. So there are lots of good things about your quarterback playing that way, but I'd agree, like, it's a challenge for everybody trying to find that balance, and Jackson's still a rookie. I think he'll learn, but that wasn't good last night coming off a couple concussions.
Albert, I feel like for a couple years now we've heard the fire Mike Tomlin discussion, but I don't know that I've ever heard the Steelers do fire Tomlin chants. They booed during Renegade. Tomlin's quotes today I thought were also a little weird. Like, asked if he heard the fans saying he has to go. He's like, in general, I agree with them, and then went on a rant about sports being entertainment. Like, it feels like there's more to this story, but the fan base in Pittsburgh is as upset as I think I've ever seen them. Do you agree with that assessment, and how do you see this?
I would say, they've obviously been they've never fallen off there with Mike as the coach, right? So, and it is, as much as people poke fun at it now, it is an incredible record. Having no losing seasons for 18 years is pretty insane, and this would be 19. And so, being able to maintain that level of just competence is not an easy thing to do in the NFL, and he should be applauded for that. However, there is some need to provide some level of some sort of light at the end of the tunnel. I mean, every team's chasing the same thing. Every fan base wants the same thing. And, if your team is pretty good but not there yet, you want to know, all right, I'm investing in something that's eventually going to get there. And I think there's this natural point now that is probably creating angst within the fan base, which is we've got this older team. We went all in on this older roster. Guys like T.J. Watt, who you pay again. You trade for Jalen Ramsey. You bring in Darius Slay. You got Cam Hayward back, and then you bring in Aaron Rodgers. And it doesn't look a whole lot better than it did before. So now, if you're a Steelers fan, you see this window closing, and you assess the last 10 years, and you haven't had a playoff win, and it's where exactly is this going now? And I think that naturally, both internally and externally, brings up those questions. Is this the guy we want leading us into the next phase of whatever the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to be? And so I think that's sort of where everybody in Pittsburgh is, And I wouldn't rule out the idea. I don't think he's going to get fired. But I wouldn't rule out the idea that, over the next year or two, they sit down and they decide that maybe what's best is for everybody to go their separate ways. And it doesn't need to be acrimonious. It's just, look, at some point, the clock hits zero on your time with the team. And, Andy Reid got to that point. He was actually fired, but Andy Reid got to that point in Philadelphia, and it wound up being great for everybody, the divorce, which, really happens that way. But, I think Mike Tomlin and the Steelers could certainly look at their situation and see that sort of ending coming.
Albert, Ohio State got a very nice win on Saturday over Michigan. How are we feeling in the wake of all being right in the universe?
I feel great because, it's not just that it happened, it's how it happened. It was up there. It was in the snow. It was, about as bad a start as you could possibly imagine. Jordan Marshall, an Ohio kid, rips off that run at the beginning of the game. Then he has a pick on the second series. And I don't know about you guys, but I had that pit in my stomach. It's happening again, And so, you don't want to go through that, but it definitely added to it. You know what I mean? That the guys were able to kind of keep their heads through that, force a couple of field goals. And then after that, it was there was never a doubt who the better team was, And it starts snowing, and they protect their logo at the end with us having no intention to plant a flag because we're above that. Every little part of it was awesome. So, and I'm really happy for Ryan Day too, because I'm sure you guys have heard the stuff the crap that he went through last year. As much as I care about Ohio State football and all that, I was hearing some of the stuff that he went through was pretty crappy, And so I'm just happy for him that he was able. It's a great story that he was able to take that really dark day and the dark couple days to follow, win a national championship, and then go back in there and I'll put it bluntly, whoop their ass. Just happy for him, I think, first and foremost.
Don't call Michigan a hoe. I wouldn't. I certainly wouldn't. Albert, your great stuff as always, buddy. Appreciate you. We'll talk to you next Tuesday.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you so much. Albert Breer there, MMQB on the Fan Hotline. We'll react to what he had to say about the Browns. I don't know we'll be able to get to it right now in this hour, but as somebody on this station has openly said, Albert said he'd rather be called a hoe than get punched in the ball bag. Somebody on the station is saying otherwise. We'll get to the bottom of it in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
The college football playoff rankings set to be in place tonight. How the committee votes could be a strong indicator on how
he's looked comfortable. It hasn't looked too big for him. I still think we just don't know enough, to really move too far off whatever position you were on initially. So if you were thrilled to see him in there, then I'm sure you want to see more. If you had serious questions on him, you want to see more. It's just, I don't know that he's really dispelled what his reputation was as a player, and the flaws that are in his game. But he also hasn't reinforced any criticism there's been of him either. It's just sort of, I think he is what he is. I don't feel like we've seen enough to really know that he's anything more than a 5th round pick. Who's playing out the string for a bad team.
Albert Breer of the MMQB, as he does every single Tuesday here, joining us in the previous segment, usually joins us at 5:20, giving us his take on what he's seen, what he feels about Shadore 2 starts in. We do have the lead coming up in just about 30 minutes here, but I think that's fair. The only part that I didn't like was to see he's anything more than a second rounder. Anything more than a fifth rounder.
Yeah, he clearly is better than a 5th rounder.
Because I watched Dillon Gabriel for 5 games, 5 starts, right? Looking for evidence, or was it 6 starts? I don't know. Time's a flat.
It was into 6. It was 5.5.
So,
I guess it was 6 starts.
I spent the whole time looking for why was he a 3rd round pick. I didn't have a single or one thing to disprove what I thought about him coming into the season. Or prove any of the good things, like the supercomputer stuff.
Yeah.
And in 5.5 games, I didn't see it. I didn't see any of the positives that people thought about him. I only saw the negatives I thought. With Shadore through 2 games, the thing that people, I think, don't realize about Shadore is he's got a better arm than you realize, and he is a natural playmaker. We've seen that. So, is that enough to go on? No, that's why you got 5 more games after this, right?
Right.
But I do think, this idea of, you've at least seen something from Shadore. I can't say the same thing for Dillon.
So what I think is really interesting in this conversation is I think he's right in the idea that if you didn't believe in Shadore, these 2 games isn't enough to be all of a sudden, I'm a convert. I believe in him, and also it works both ways. If you believed in Shadore previous to this, you're also not moving off of that at this point either, right? I think all those things are true. What you have learned, though, is he is unequivocally better at football than Dillon Gabriel. And for the people that spent months telling us and telling anybody that tried to tell you that Shadore was better than Dillon, they're wrong. They're so clearly wrong in that discussion, and that's okay. That's fine. Take the L. But that's the part that I find really interesting is that there's just been that's not even a true discussion at this point. But for months it was for people.
Yeah, and I'll also say this. I think what we're driving at right now is what's going to make the Stefanski decision, if you're trying to decide these 2 things or distinguish between these 2 things, if you're Jimmy Haslam at the end of the season or whichever Haslam gets to make the decision. I don't know. You pull a name out of a hat. It's like a white elephant gift. Maybe who gets to decide whether Kevin goes or stays?
I want to trade this responsibility for another one. Is that what that one is?
I get to take the quarterback with the number 5 pick, but you get to fire Stefanski.
I've never done a white elephant. Fun fact about me.
Why not?
I just don't think I've ever really been offered to be in one.
That makes me sad.
It's never come up in my life where anyone's
it's not like a threesome. It's really hard to find those kind of offers out there for some of us.
Surprisingly enough. No, but
I've been in 7 of those.
Why are those easier to come across
Those are the
than
only
white
swaps
elephants?
I've gotten.
I don't know why I can't get invited to a white elephant, but these keep popping up. No, Jax was telling me about he's in a white elephant, and he bought this. Basically, it looks like a pharaoh, but it's LeBron James's face. And that's his offering to the white elephant. Basically, yes. But I guess they do them for all sorts of different people. The main thing is, I just tend to think white elephant gifts are just a bunch of crap. Is it not?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. But you're trying to get the funniest gift or the one that people would want that's still under the limit. I don't really love them, but I with the right people, I can enjoy them.
You all sit around the circle and then you swap is what you do.
Yeah, I was gonna say
you swap is what you do.
Flying close to the sun there, Peterlin.
Why did it get so sexual with white elephants? I don't know.
Don't know. Because it's because of the implication.
It's always the implication.
Now, this being said, when Billy Sue and Bobby Joe and all the Haslams are sitting around Ken Christmas and whatnot, when they're trying to make this decision, on one hand, you're going to look at Kevin Stefanski and say, this jabroni thought Dillon Gabriel was a better prospect than Shadore Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? On the other hand, if Kevin actually coaches Shadore up to a point where you do see him having more success, more confidence in the pocket, and there's enough of a bridge going forward where you're like, I want to see more of this, you kind of got to give him a little credit of that if you're Billy Joe and Bobby Sue and this, that, whatnot, Haslam. So I think that's a tough thing to balance. This guy liked Dillon Gabriel more than Shadore Sanders, and made sure that one was given every opportunity every step along the way. That's a knock against Kevin versus, Kevin, you did see some development there from Shadore.
I think because they want Stefanski to be here. I really genuinely do believe. I think they want Stefanski here as long as possible within the realistic possibilities of this conversation. They're going to try to give him the benefit of the doubt. So very much so like myself, in the very first opening drive when he throws deep to Jerry Jeudy, I'm like, all right, Stefanski, show me something. Like, I want this to be true, that Stefanski will treat Shadore differently, and all of a sudden the best version of Shadore will be out there and it'll all materialize. I want that to be true. I will absolve Kevin of his Dillon Gabriel sins if Shadore looks good over the final 5 games, even if I have the understanding that not much of it was really anything that Stefanski did.
Well, but I think that's at the crux of what I think becomes a sticky wicket, is giving Kevin a benefit for a guy he didn't like. And then, by the way, all the other stuff that's happened over the last 5+ years.
I've been with you. It's one of the things that's going to bother me the most, but I'm telling you how I felt during that game. I'm like, all right, if he actually treats Shadore in the way where Shadore can thrive and Shadore do something, even if he's just such a little part of it, but really the reality is that he just was able to set him up the littlest bit in order to succeed and gave him that runway, then okay, fine. I can let a lot slide at the end of the day. Clearly, I can let a lot slide at the end of the day. I need to see results now. I'm in the results business. I need to see results.
Okay, so with that, I think the only way that, to me, Kevin should have any sort of favor, like the Shadore situation ends up being a positive on the pros cons of Kevin Stefanski and keeping him, is if we are a hell of a lot closer to a yes. Meaning, like, you might not be a 100% yes on Shadore in the future, but you're like a 75% yes. Like, if we're still, at the end of the season, if we're still where Albert was, where it's like, if you liked him in the pre-draft process, you still like him, and if you didn't like him, you still don't like him, nah, I'm sorry, you don't get credit for that.
I'm good with giving him zero credit. Listen, I'm the person that tells you Drake May was with Gerard Mayo, and everyone knew getting rid of Gerard Mayo wasn't going to change the trajectory of Drake May. I'll get rid of coaches if I think you're just kind of is what it is. And I've said before, I don't think there's anything special at this point with Kevin Stefanski. For a year and a half now, I haven't thought anything special exists with Stefanski. But this is where he can get the Haslam's. I really do think want him to be here. You can win them over. This is your 5-game trial run. Just as much as it is for Shadore, this is for you as well, Stefanski.
It is. But I need him to look really, really good.
I know.
I need Shadore to see so much progress that I think the only way I can make Shadore a NFL starting quarterback and count on him in 2026 is if Kevin Stefanski's the head coach. Because I think the problem is right now, the same thing you can say about Shadore through 2 starts. Yeah, hey, if you loved him previously, you still love him. If you hated him previously, you hate him. Same you can say about Kevin Stefanski. Like, I don't have a lot of things to defend Kevin Stefanski on. I need a clear and concise win, whether that's actual wins or with Shadore at the end of the season, for me to be like, okay, I kind of see where you're going.
So I disagree with that. I feel like people that were even still trying to be on board with Stefanski in the past couple games, this last game, I thought, there's been a couple times this year where I've been like, I've never seen it worse for Stefanski as far as the public approval. This was as bad as it gets. I mean, Fanta's out there acting as if he never even stumped for the man 3 months ago.
Well, that's kind of the Fanta flip-flop.
Trying to disassociate himself from the whole entire experience. At one point, I wanted to be like, this is the guy you went to bat for over Stephen Vogt. Just remember that.
Fanta also might want Stefanski to be the next Ignatius head coach, though.
The way he's coaching, who knows where this thing goes?
Guys, Hugh Jackson's available, baby. I got run out of Grambling. I think he was at Georgia State. I think you got run out of there. Oh, Mac, like you're above Hugh Jackson as Ignatius head coach.
You skirted at Hugh Jackson?
Why? Show your work.
You guys actually share a thing in common. You guys both love Chipotle.
I mean, that's a lot of people, though.
No. Like every day, Chipotle was Hugh Jackson. That was a Hugh Jackson everyday order for him, and I feel like you also come close to that.
Broken clock is right twice a day. But no, for Ignatius' program, absolutely not. Absolutely.
Why?
What do you mean absolutely
He's a former
not?
NFL head coach. What
What
are you talking about?
They have we've had former NFL head coaches or NFL coaches on our staff. Okay,
Have they been the head coach?
No, because we had a legendary head coach the entire time.
But you haven't tried this.
You're above Hugh Jackson?
Yes.
At high school.
Sure.
A professional coach.
Yes.
We can only sound it out so many times.
I'm just
expecting
trying
a
to find
different
different
answer.
ways to get
I like
logic
that.
through it.
I like that he's got a thought on it. Hugh Jackson's here, baby. I mean,
So
man.
what's like the professional coach that's failed in Cleveland? Are you a Pettin guy? You want Pettin? You into
Sure,
Pettin
I'll
things?
take Pettin. I'll take Mike Pettin over Hugh Jackson.
Show your work.
The guy actually can develop somebody. Can actually develop players. I actually want that dude for the locker room. I don't want Hugh Jackson anywhere near that group.
He's worried about the locker room culture in high school football.
Yes. I'm worried about Hugh Jackson affecting the kids.
You're going to get all the Iggy kids to jump in Lake Erie? You worried about somebody getting pneumonia?
Worried he's going to lose the press conference for the senior paper? What are we doing?
He definitely would.
I don't even know where to go, Mac.
Actually, it's funny if Stefanski coached a high school team and then in the yearbook it was like, we got to be better.
Trust me on this. 216-474-0092. Ignatius Faithful, would you take Hugh Jackson as your head coach? The Peterlin Pass in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Plus, earn Dell rewards and enjoy many other benefits like free shipping, price match guarantee, and expert support. They also have huge deals on accessories that pair perfectly with your Dell PC and make perfect gifts for everyone on your list. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The lead coming up in 15 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. Two Pittsburgh Steelers-related bits of news here. One, Darius Slay and the Steelers have agreed to part ways, as apparently Darius Slay doesn't want to be 6-6 anymore. He wants more playing time. And the Pittsburgh Steelers have also claimed Adam Thielen off waivers from the Minnesota Vikings. So Adam Thielen to the Pittsburgh Steelers, Darius Slay to not the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Didn't he leave Carolina being like, I want to play in important games and big time games?
Yeah, and then he decided, I want to play in less important games. I just want to compete.
But then he goes to Minnesota, and then Carolina starts competing now and playing in good games, and he is now has to go and get on Pittsburgh. Okay.
In fairness, Minnesota is straight cheeks. I mean, J.J. McCarthy, that dude.
What's funny is everyone told us, and it was obvious to see that it was going to happen, that we knew there'd be some regression there. Not the J.J. McCarthy side of things, but the idea that they weren't going to win 14 games this year.
Yeah.
And this has worked. It's looked 10 times worse. Our guy, Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, is being dragged throughout these streets right now. KOC's good name is being tarnished. It has been a bloodbath in Minnesota.
Yeah, they need Mac Jones. That's exactly what they need. That'll solve it.
And they might get it.
That'd be their...
They might get it.
They would have had the double Joneses. They would have had Daniel Jones last year, Mac Jones next year. You can only find a third Jones. They could just call the quarterback room Joneson. Right?
Yeah, I like your continuity with quarterback rooms. You got your tiny guy quarterback
short
room,
kings.
your short king, your quarterback room, and then the Jones room.
Dylan Gabriel approved.
You could have the Wilson.
He's a tiny little guy.
You could have the Wilson quarterback room.
Let's see, Russell Wilson. Who's the other Wilsons?
Nick, you'd be in it now.
No, nobody wants that. I don't want that.
You don't want that?
No.
There's another Wilson quarterback I couldn't think of on the top of my head. Zach, there we go. Thank you. I was like, I knew we did this bit at some point.
So again, I do like I like a patterned quarterback room.
Yeah.
I would like the Browns to try a theme where all their quarterbacks don't suck.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure Shadore doesn't suck. Dylan, I don't know. Deshaun
was the Tyrod Taylor Baker Mayfield quarterback room as close as we're going to get to that?
I mean, Baker, Case Keenum was pretty okay. Trying to think here. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah.
That's
a lot of RG3s and Josh McCown, sir. Future Browns head coach Josh McCown. Tell me you don't want it.
The McCown family just searching for jobs out there on Twitter, huh?
Yeah, but not Luke. He's
the volume tweeter.
I'm solely a Josh McCown.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't care. Yeah, it's fine.
Name's Luke. No, I'm kidding. Let's get to Peterlin Pass.
There's only one man with the knowledge to criticize and the power to let it slide. It's time for this week's Peterlin Pass.
All right, it's going to go to Abdul Carter this week. Not for his play. His play continues to stink. Not really for him being benched for the second time in 3 weeks. That continues to be an absolute no-no that you can't do. It's Abdul Carter for posting on the internet and then deleting it, by the way. This is where you need to stay true, Abdul, that the fake tweet about him was in fact a fake tweet. 20 million impressions on this one versus the real report, which had around 500K. So you're like, well, all right, so what is that report that got 20 million impressions? Well, yesterday, before the game got underway, a fake Twitter account said Giants defensive end Abdul Carter will miss the first drive tonight for disciplinary reasons after getting caught watching porn in a team meeting when his headphones disconnected. Everyone ran with it. It seemed incredibly plausible that this would be something that somebody would get disciplined a first drive for, and then he happened to also then get disciplined for the first drive. But I give him the Peterlin pass because you get to clear up your name in this instance. That's not something you want people to remember you, make jokes about, or even have something that is even closely associated with yourself.
So you're just going to believe a guy?
No. If I'm Abdul Carter, that's what I'm saying. Don't believe a guy. Like, if I'm Abdul Carter, I go on the attack. Like, so for instance, he had a chance in the post game, and I don't even know if he was aware of the tweet at this point. I would hope he was, but this was him just kind of hanging back and not really defending himself.
That was your second time in 3 weeks getting stars. What happened?
Happens.
What happened?
I ain't gonna get into detail. Like I said, it happened.
Wyatt, though. Like, for
ask me the same question. I just answered.
You can tell he's bothered, but you can also tell the reporters are trying to figure out in that moment, like, wait, was it the porn thing? Was it not the porn thing? What exactly is happening here? And then the obvious response then the day later on Monday today, or excuse me, on Tuesday in the morning, talking about the idea that it was not porn related at all.
The problem with it is, though, even if once this report is out there, you can say it as much as you want. No one's going to believe you. It's a 22-year-old kid. Got no worries in the planet other than, hey, I'm going to watch some tape. I'm sorry. The problem is we're gonna get you on allegations of being 22-year-old and 22-year-olds, high motor, right?
Wait, it was during a team meeting, though. The report says in a team meeting. For a guy that's
tell me no one's ever watched porn during a team meeting?
If you're Myles Garrett, watch all the porn you want, okay?
I think he's been waiting.
Pull up the OnlyFans. You do whatever you need to do, okay?
He's been waiting.
You want to take a nap in those meetings? You do whatever you need to do, okay? But Abdul Carter being the number...
So you have to earn the ability to ignore team meetings by watching porn?
Top 5 pick with all of collectively a half of a sack on the season. I think you need to earn those rights a little bit.
Easy.
I think it makes a lot of Giants fans incredibly angry that one of their top draft choices is out here just completely ignoring team meetings to watch porn.
Yeah, but if you're gonna
that is pretty bad.
If you're gonna ignore it for anything, it's that, right? I'm horny.
No, this is why he gets the Peterlin pass. You have to dispel this notion. When you're a bust 3 years from now, it can't be people being like, yeah, but you remember when he got caught watching porn in the team meeting? It never had a chance. I'm like, no, I can't I'm not going down that way.
Like Miles fell asleep too late because he was watching anime and was late for a meeting. You can't be my edge rusher. Fella just was in the meeting again. Watch, he's grinding the tape. He is grinding the tape.
Literally grinding. Now, what do you think is more plausible? Miles watching porn in a meeting or anime in a meeting? You know that answer.
It's anime.
You know that answer.
Yeah. Again, I just think...
I
think the problem is, again, I'll just go back to basics.
We're taking an edge rusher to a new meeting, aren't we?
I'm going to go back to the square one on this. The problem with this is Abdul Carter can come out and be like, I didn't watch no porn. And we'd be like, yeah, you did.
No, that's what he did. And then he deleted it. It's like, why'd you delete that? Why all of a sudden?
Because he knew it was a lie.
You don't want to go on the defense of this? Yeah. You need to go on the defense of this.
I think
it was a fake. It was a fake account, by the way. It's 100% a fake account.
I think it is. Wesley Steinberg. That guy gets a lot of people. The problem is
it's a lawyer in California is the profile pic.
Yeah. The problem is just can't beat those allegations. Doesn't matter who you are. Any 22-year-old. Give me any 22-year-old in the Cleveland Browns. You tweet the same. Some random guy tweets the same thing, and I'm gonna be like, I get it. It's 22. What else are you going to do?
Oh, if Mason Graham was playing awful, and then it came out that this happened to Mason Graham, you would be livid.
I want to know what he was watching.
That should be part of the disclosure?
Yes. Yeah.
What are you into?
Yeah. Yep.
You a front guy? You a back guy? You tell me.
Are you satiated?
The young kids like the young kids like the behind. They're back guys.
How would you know?
Jax tells me.
What? By the way, that is the dirtiest pool.
What do you mean?
Of anybody on this station.
He said his whole generation.
You backed yourself into a corner.
That's what they are.
And you throw Jax, who's not here to defend
I'm more
himself.
of a traditional person myself. I just assumed everyone was that way.
You're a different color of red right now.
No,
anybody on the 92 Through the Fan YouTube channel.
Not red at all.
You are...
That's the only spot where this generation loses me. Is the only spot there. They're all back guys. I don't understand it.
Might just be the orange shirt, but yeah, it is looking a different shade over there.
Looking awfully tomatoey right now.
That's got to be the orange shirt.
Yeah,
because I feel.
What do you got over on the computer over there?
I feel good.
Johnny,
I want it bad.
Johnny backside over there.
Microsoft Word. That's what I've got. Okay.
Oh. One of his eruption songs.
The Peterlin Pass.
Once JP gets on Word, there's no stopping my boy. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
And you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Lance Reisland coming up in 1 hour's time. I think we might be able to talk with Coach Lance. Hey, how did Wyatt Teller look on Sunday, right? You see any evidence of slippage from Wyatt Teller that might...
Is he also texting you?
I mean, we gotta let people behind the curtain there, Oz.
No, it's a classic Coach Riz multi-text situation.
Yeah, but I think in this case, he was just copying and pasting from you and me. We're the same. Like, if he was also sending that to Ken and Anthony and all the other 97 people on his distribution list, then I'd be upset.
This distribution list is getting too extreme.
In this case, it's just a you and me thing.
We don't know that.
Because nobody else in Cleveland is talking about Wyatt Teller. Only this show is sticking up for our guy.
We don't know that, though. We don't know the amount of people that then he's mass texting this off to. He's such a great human, and he's got so many great qualities. The mass texting thing is not one of them.
It'd just be funny if Coach, in responding to something you and I specifically were talking about on air, if he then just tweeted everybody in his phone.
I think he might.
And they're like, why the hell are we getting
legitimately
this?
One of the best people I know, like one of those people that like you hang out with him for a little bit and you're like, I want to be a better person. But the mass texting's a problem.
Just hadn't stuck, has it?
What do you mean?
Well, you say you want to be a better person, but I see no changes.
Yeah, no, it's a want to. It's not
okay. It's a desire.
There's no execution.
It's no follow through. Okay.
You just think to yourself,
So
like, maybe if I hang around him enough, something will stick. No, it doesn't.
Something will click.
It doesn't. But you have that nice thought, you know. You have that nice thought for a very little bit. Like I could be that guy.
I am gonna delete the incognito.
I could be that guy. I'm not that guy, but I could always live in incognito. It deletes
You're like
it for
James
me.
Bond over there.
It deletes it for me. Why would I not? Why would I not?
The MMQB's Albert Breer joined us last hour, and we asked him about his impression of Shadore Sanders after his first 2 NFL starts.
He's looked comfortable. It hasn't looked too big for him. I still think we just don't know enough, to really move too far off whatever position you were on initially. So if you were thrilled to see him in there, then I'm sure you want to see more. If you had serious questions on him, you want to see more. It's just, I don't know that he's really dispelled what his reputation was as a player, and the flaws that are in his game. But he also hasn't reinforced any criticism there's been of him either. It's just sort of, I think he is what he is. I don't feel like we've seen enough to really know that he's anything more than a 5th round pick. Who's playing out the string for a bad team.
We would have had a big problem if that clip was shorter. Good thing that clip was long enough to go ahead and. So here's the thing. I think his assessment is dead on. I think if you liked Shadore previous to this, that you haven't moved off of that. And if you didn't like Shadore and had a lot of questions and doubts, you haven't through 2 games moved off of that either. But that's what the remaining 5 games is for. I am curious to know if he can ball out to a point where enough people that did doubt him will convert and move over, or if people are just going to be stuck in the mud on this one. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I know that, all right, first-round quarterback versus second-round quarterback, and I know we all should be treating these quarterbacks differently, but the first, 3 to 5 starts, I'm just looking for proof of why you were drafted, right? And what frustrated me is I was never proven wrong about Dylan Gabriel. You know this.
Right.
I wanted to be wrong about Dylan Gabriel. I said, here's what I think he is. Here's what they say he is. And if he's that version, I'm wrong. If he's this version, I'm right. And through, 5+ starts plus the Baltimore, the couple drives in the Baltimore game at the start of the season, I never saw anything that made me think he was a supercomputer or that he was going to have the talent to push the ball down the field. Through 2 starts with Shadore, I've seen 4 throws. At least 4 throws, 4 plays that he's made that I'm like, oh, you can work with that in the NFL.
Yeah, the discourse, I think, really took it to another level around Shadore, not necessarily because everyone's just Shadore honks. It's more the idea that we were sitting there and we were watching as we knew Shadore was better than Dillon Gabriel, and they were telling us we were lunatics for believing in that. They were telling us we were crazy for believing in that. And that's where I think it got ramped up to whatever level it ended up getting to. And so now that the dust has settled on that, and that one is unequivocal in my mind, in my opinion, he is better than Dillon Gabriel. Now we get to evaluate him for the next 5 games and see what happens. Mary Kay Cabot, Cleveland.com, on with Baskin and Phelps today. She thinks that Shadore will start the rest of the season and will get that opportunity.
I wouldn't be surprised if at some point they take a look at this and say, maybe we could just use 1 more game or 2 more games of Dillon Gabriel for more data, heading into the season. I doubt that's going to happen. I don't think you're going to see Dillon Gabriel on the field this season unless Shadore has to come out of the game for one reason or another, gets hurt, can't start a game, whatever. I think that it's going to be Shadore the rest of the way because I think they do see something in him and they want to know, do they need to draft a quarterback in April? They have to know that. So I think Dillon will be back with the team next year. I don't know if he's going to get much of an opportunity the rest of this year.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't think putting Dillon Gabriel back out there again would be the best idea. I also don't think it's the worst idea. Like, the worst idea to me is playing Deshaun. The second worst idea is playing Bailey Zappi. But I think the only way Dillon sees the field again is if Shadore completely craters or gets hurt. And I do think that when you hear Mary Kay say the things that she's saying, and I think when you hear the Browns say, we're week to week with Dillon, even if they don't say that directly, what they're really, with Shadore rather, what they're really doing is I think they're holding Shadore accountable with the threat of playing Dillon.
Yeah, she mentioned something interesting, like the idea that you want to keep him hungry. And obviously he's got the hungry dogs run faster thing. They call themselves the hungry dogs. But I do think there is something to that with Shadore. Not that necessarily he wouldn't thrive or like he would all of a sudden relax if he thought he had 5 games and this is going to be better for him on a week-to-week basis. I just think that's how humans operate in general. If you feel like you have to constantly prove yourself, then you are going to do things like, I don't know, study the playbook during Thanksgiving dinner. You're going to do those type of things. That's your reality. And for Shadore, I don't think that's a bad thing because I don't think it's a bad thing for anybody to have them thinking that they're 1 game away from having it pulled out from underneath them because they do have to work as hard as they can to keep that.
I just saw the Dumb and Dumber thing that somebody posted.
I posted
that you
it.
posted that?
Yeah.
By the way,
it's a dead ringer, is it not?
It really is. It's spot on.
I couldn't unsee it all show long. The moment I connected the dots there, and I was like, oh no. Exactly what we look like.
Only thing I'll say.
Yeah.
We haven't celebrated Electrolyte Tuesday today, and I think it's a real crime.
Oh, where are we having those martinis at tonight?
You guys don't know this. I did put some electrolyte powder in my drink, but I just haven't been celebrating it, so...
Oh, man, what a missed opportunity for a bit. We should have had... next time Ashley's
That's
on...
for you, Dillon.
The gargle?
Yeah. I'm gargling the electrolytes.
We could have martini glasses, and we could do the whole thing, and we could sip the martini glasses as,
gotta wear
as we
suit
talk.
Jackets, though.
Well, I'm always down for a suit jacket.
I'm not.
I know you're not. I know. We need to dress up like James Bond for this to become a thing. Almost like we're Leo in The Great Gatsby, and then we hold it up to the camera.
Do we have any clothiers out there who are willing to help us celebrate Electrolyte? Electrolyte Tuesday sarcastically by clothing both of us? Just warning you.
You just want a free suit is what's happening here?
It's a lot of cloth.
I will, just like we will with free hats that get sent in the mail, if you send us something for free, there's like a 99.9% chance we'll wear that thing.
I just want to get the whole like tailor thing where you come in. I'll tell you, one of the dudes who works downstairs, what I'm still sure is a front, that dude.
They're here too much now for it to be a front. I thought at one point they were a front. They're actually here now.
You got to establish credibility. But that dude had a suit on yesterday that I was like, I just want you to know, that's a great suit. You're looking great today. And he goes, I just rolled out of bed. And I'm like, that's really upsetting to me. I was like, I'd prefer you be like, I really put a lot of thought into this.
No, that's
I just rolled out of bed and looked like $1 billion. That's
a really nice, humble answer by him. I would have given I own a suit store. Did you not get the memo? That's what I would have told you.
You just treated me like an a-hole?
Yeah, I would have been, nice. Thanks, guy. I do own a suit store.
Nice.
I'd hope it looked nice.
Nice. Former Browns offensive lineman John Greco joined the Morning Boys earlier today. He was asked about the state of the team's O-line, including Wyatt Teller rotating with Tevin Jenkins on Sunday.
I don't know if that was a strategy to where, they were trying to keep him healthy. I don't know. I've seen goofy things like that where they've rotated guys due to health concerns, but it's tough to say, guys. And, Jack Conklin being evaluated for concussion again. So you've had a different number of guys each week. We're talking about, in September to now, we're talking about, third, fourth, and fifth string tackles. And we're hoping that one of them that's questionable is able to play. So that's the state of the union for the offensive line right now.
Yeah, it just doesn't pass the smell test. When Wyatt says what he says after the game, and then you line it up with what the Browns were trying to tell you the reality is, it doesn't add up. And frankly, I think the idea that you would bench Wyatt Teller for performance reasons for Tevin Jenkins in a game where he not only was the best offensive lineman on the field, he looked awesome. It's just a ridiculous thing.
Yeah, and Wyatt saying, hey, this is about performance, according to them, that means he wants it out there.
For sure.
And so then when you don't even have the common courtesy to be truthful about that, I already didn't think Kevin Stefanski was a good leader. This made me think even less of him. I think he's a fine human being. I think he's a good X's and O's coach. He's not a leader of men, and this just proved it for me. But for the organization in general to co-sign this, man, I gotta tell you, that's one of the dudes who... That's a guy who talked good things through the Deshaun thing, you ran off one of his three best friends on the team in Baker Mayfield, and he stood by the organization. There's a guy who has played a lot of good football when there are a lot of guys stealing money from you, and to treat him like that is, disrespectful is the only word I can think of, and this is the same organization that makes sure every national reporter out here glazes them up when they let this guy go so he can go because they care about the players. And then you treat one of your, 7 OG guys from 2020 like this? Trash. Unless we're missing something, doubt we are. Unless we're missing something, that's not okay.
It's just a bad look. There's no other way to look at it. Cavs snapped a 3-game losing streak with a win over the Pacers last night. Donovan Mitchell scored 43. Kenny Atkinson said after in the postgame that he doesn't like when he has to take over.
I don't think it's a good thing. I don't like that process where we have to rely on him so much, but kind of is what it is. We had a little text exchange before the game. I said, you got to go for 40 tonight. I've never said that to a player. He kind of felt it. I felt it. We needed him tonight. Just had to get a W.
So Kenny's not saying the same thing that radio guys are when the radio guys go, you're relying on Donovan Mitchell too much, right? Kenny's saying you shouldn't have to do this. I think I understand what Kenny's saying. Mm-hmm. Man, I just got to say, the Cavs are in a bad spot right now. And we need to admit that. I still am not all that concerned because they're 22, 23, 24 games into the season. But the Cavs are in a bad spot right now. And when Jalen Tyson, who's really getting his first substantial minutes of his career, when he comes out and says, I think we're a little too content right now, I think that is everything you need to know.
Yeah, it's been a rough stretch for the Cavs. They'll be all right, but it's been a rough stretch. They'll
be fine. That's the damn thing. They'll figure it out. But this isn't good. That is the lead. When we come back, I think it's time I say the thing I've been trying not to say the first 2 days of this week about the Cleveland Browns and what's going over the next 5 games. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
The Fan Bud Light Tailgate.
now remain with the Cougars for the foreseeable future. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this season by following the Browns playlist at 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markoch.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Get the latest in Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game. I'll feature the best highlights of coaches and players during media availability as well as on the field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder on the Browns all throughout the football season.
Nick and JP back with you. Lance Reisland coming up in just about 40 minutes. Listen, I don't think it's as bad as the reports would seem. However, when the head coach of BYU uses you as leverage, you being Penn State, uses you as leverage to get more money from the Mormon church, it ain't great.
It's not great. And then you have the CEO of Crumble Cookies entering the ring.
Not just that.
I love
but
that.
tweeting about it.
I know.
It looks like it's time for me to step in the game.
As if he was like Batman or something. It's like the bat signal went off. Like, I guess somebody called Crumble Cookies. Let's get this thing going.
All right. I want it to be a Cougar signal. The problem is, It is BYU. So would the Cougar signal actually be just 3 Cougars in a row? Would it be like 7 Cougars in a row?
There's a soaking joke here somewhere, and I'm just not finding it.
I think there's one guy just completely bathed in money, and it's Kalani Sitake. Good for him, by the way. That's an awesome story.
Yes, and by the way, this is what I wish every school has an openly just wealthy booster the way that they have at BYU, and so you can this is what you're supposed to do. In the college ranks these days, I love the idea that it used to just be like T. Boone Pickens and Phil Knight, and everyone just kind of played along with the idea that they were like, oh, well, yeah, we've donated $300 million to the school. Let's all figure out where the money goes. And now everyone can just be the wild, wild west about it. And I'm here for it. I like this.
You know, when the money train finally comes in, BG is just going to be the new Oregon. I mean, it's going to be in the Big Ten. Eddie George is going to be just completely immersed in 5-star recruits if he's still there.
Okay, really quick sidebar, because I know you play the lottery because you basically want to have BGSU be the powerhouse one day. The gas station I frequent put up a new sign on their window. I went there last night, and the new sign said, $1 million scratch-off sold here.
Well, now you don't go there. They've already sold their $1 million.
They tapped out of their $1 million one. I was like, wait a second, what?
Yeah. I know what they're going for. They're trying to they're like, hey, we sold one here, but what's the odds you're going to get 2
I don't even buy scratchers at this point in life, but I felt like it was a missed opportunity.
Yeah, the scratcher thing.
Like my gas station sold $1 million scratcher.
Like the boomer bust of paying $30 and like you're just hoping to get 30 back if you don't win $1 million. I'm out on it for now. We don't have that kind of money. Right, we're really going.
You're done with scratchers.
We're taking a hiatus.
Oh, okay. You guys are just in a little bit of a break.
We're still. I mean, that's okay. The Powerball's up at $750.
You guys are going to go through couples counseling. I know you'll get back together.
The Powerball's up at $750. When I win the $750, then I'll just be buying booklets of the scratchers.
You'll still play the lottery if you won the lottery.
Yeah, because what's better than one lottery win?
2 lotteries?
2 lottery wins. Yeah.
I just assumed once you win the lottery, you stop playing the lottery.
Yeah, if you're a loser.
I beat the odds. I got it. I did it. Game over. That's the final boss.
$750, I got money to spend, right?
And how else are you going to spend it, right?
Yeah, because you only need one more $1 million. If I spend $100,000 to win $1 million, again, I'm in the green by $900,000.
I want you to get so rich off the lottery that you win $1 million scratcher and think, oh, Jesus. Going to really disrupt my tomorrow. I don't even know that I'll cash it.
I will say.
That's how rich I want you to get.
I want to get so rich that I tell people, it's really going to screw up my tax bracket.
Yeah.
Like, I had a family member come into a small amount of money. It was a modest amount of money. It was a decent amount of money. It was a modest amount of money. And they make decent money. But the first response to me was, I got to call my tax guy and see how this. I'm like, you don't make that much money. I'm like, you make decent money. You don't make $40,000. I got to call Larry. Larry, you got to tell me what's going on here. Can I afford this? Should I give it to charity? Like, you're not swimming in the waters you think you're swimming in.
It is funny because then he thought to himself, like, just the idea of telling the tax guy and going through that was not worth the pain, was not worth the hassle of it all, which, coming from someone like myself that just hates doing tasks, I kind of understand where he's coming from. It's a crazy response, but I understand it a little bit.
I love that you call your tax guy and like, hey, buddy, we found $50,000. And he's like, God dang it.
Yeah, tax guy doesn't care.
Yeah, tax guy's going to be like, cool.
Okay, the numbers changed. It doesn't impact my life at all.
Well, no, it's how much he gets to embezzle off you.
Is that it? If you have a good tax guy,
money
am I right?
guys are mad off. I've been saying it for a while. Yeah, a couple points. That being said, I know I called for Kevin Stefanski to get fired last year. The statute of limitations ran out right about June.
We established that because I still believe if you called for it like I did last year, you're just kind of stuck in it now. But okay.
I think we're getting to a point where, and I was surprised we didn't hear different from Albert earlier today. I think you're starting to see some Browns beat reporters who've bought into the idea of continuity going forward and buying into what Jimmy Haslam's saying. At 3-9, with the kind of ways the Browns are losing, I think if you've watched this team for 12 games, I don't know they're a 500 team. I also don't think they're a 3-win team. And I think there's been so much mismanagement of the quarterback position and simple game-altering mistakes like special teams blunders, the 4th-and-1 decision, the countless ways they've lost this season, the lack of accountability for unless you're Wyatt Teller, then sit your ass on the bench, but the lack of accountability for a myriad of mistakes. I think we're hurtling towards a total reset. And I mean, I don't think anyone's safe anymore. I think if anyone stays, it's going to be Andrew, but I think Kevin's got to go, and I think Andrew Berry's got to go too. So the more I watch this, they're the same old Browns. The kind of ways they're not losing simply because they don't have enough talent. Yes, they don't have enough talent. They need more talent. Yeah, it's the NFL. You always need more talent.
Yeah.
But they're 3-9 because of coaching when they probably could be a 5-win team if somebody knew how to lead a team. And I hate to say it because Kevin's a good guy, but I don't know. There's something about this loss that it's just like, yeah, it's not just about the players. And I don't think it's fair to the players to say it's just about the players.
It just felt like more of the same to me. It's like a new creative way to lose a game, but it's not even that creative because we've seen them have special team gaps that have cost us games already this season. Like I almost feel like we're in a repeat episode, and like I'm trying to figure out at what point the lowest spot is for Stefanski. But like even like Fanta earlier today, Fanta didn't break on Stefanski this week. He broke weeks ago on Stefanski, and so it's tough for me because I know part of my opinion of Stefanski's moved or changed in really a year and a half. I've just kind of remained steadfast in what I believe to be true and that he should not be the head coach of this football team anymore.
I mean, you and I called this out back in January. You don't get to have back-to-back 3-win seasons or 8 wins if they end up being a 5-win team this year. You don't get to have 8 wins across 2 seasons, 6 years into the thing, and keep your job. You just don't. That's how the NFL works.
Right.
And if I'm beginning to think if Kevin still has a job post this little stretch run here, I'm beginning to think Jimmy's just trying to prove something that he can't prove.
You mean that he won't fire people?
Yeah. I think Jimmy's trying to answer a narrative out there in the NFL that's not going to change. Clark Hunt is a great kind of a guy to point out on this because Clark Hunt tried to do it every other way. And he fired guys after a little bit of time, kept guys in for way longer past their expiration date. He did it 100 different ways. And in the end, the only thing that changed anything for him is he found a head coach who could consistently win. That gave them a foundation, and then eventually they found Pat Mahomes. But that first part matters. The first 5 years of Andy Reid in Kansas City with Alex Smith changed the narrative around Clark Hunt as an owner. He no longer was a Nepo baby who was afraid of his own shadow. Mm-hmm. It reestablished credibility to the Kansas City Chiefs organization. You were on the precipice of that through the first 4 seasons of this. And now the thing has gone into the bridge embankment because these guys aren't great at their jobs. They might equally be good at their jobs, some level of okay at their jobs. They're not good enough. They're not good enough to substantiate going forward, and if you keep them in their jobs, not only are you spitting in the face of every Cleveland Browns fan out there, Not only are you doing that, which is bad enough because you do that pretty routinely.
Yeah.
Right? But you're also telling a locker room of guys, there is no accountability.
Well,
Kevin already tells them that with his actions. You're only reinforcing that.
I think for the people that are scared that you can't get better, we just look to this past offseason. And this past offseason where people are like, well, you can't possibly fire Stefanski because look at the lack of coaches out here. It's already becoming the narrative for this offseason, too. Like, look at the lack of coaches. All right, well, there were 3 coaches last year that were hired that are now on first-place teams this season. The Bears are the number 1 seed in the NFC. Ben Johnson looks like not only does he have Caleb Williams, all these guys turned around. Yeah, they added a center guard center combo. Congratulations. But like, look at the run game. That's the same players that are there that were there last year. Look at their defense. Same players that are there last year to this year. He's legitimately gotten them to a much better spot. Mike Vrabel was also there. He was in this building, but he was also, one of the new hires from last year to this year as well. Completely turned the Patriots around. And then the other one, and I know you're going to laugh at this, but this is a first place team right now. Liam Cohen. Like there are 3 coaches that were hired this last offseason that have already paid off in spades for their new respective teams. These guys are out there every single cycle. You just have to identify them and go out and get them.
And here's the thing. Kevin Stefanski is an offensive head coach. I know he no longer calls the plays, or at least calls every single play, but Kevin Stefanski is an offensive head coach. And while I do not think this team has the talent, no matter which quarterback started, to be a top 20 offense, I do think they have more talent than the 32nd ranked offense in the NFL. Call me setting low standards here, but Kevin Stefanski, if he could coach his way out of a paper bag, should be able to lead you to an offense better than the 32nd ranked offense in the NFL. It's all too much. And if you can't do that, that's why you're here. All right? I had to give up the idea that Kevin Stefanski was a coach of men or a leader of men many years ago. I had to give it up when I watched Mike Vrabel go off to New England. And by the way, he was going there anyways because that's a better job than this one. He had Drake May. You don't have that here. Totally get it. But the point is, I already had to give that up. I shouldn't have to give up a watchable offense because Kevin Stefanski is, and by the way, it's not just even about Dylan Gabriel and his love of a sawed-off quarterback that can't throw beyond the line of scrimmage. It's the fact that he neutered Joe Flacco, who went to throw for a bajillion yards and at least made it fun in Cincinnati. I just can't do it. I've tried to be the devil's advocate. I've tried to stay patient with this, but I'll be honest with you. For a long time, I've said you just need to avoid losing the locker room. You've lost me. And I think the Shadore thing is a Hail Mary. Him looking better each week is not enough for me to save Kevin Stefanski's job because that credit's going to go to Tommy Rees because he is the play caller.
Well, we'll see. Ultimately, we'll see where the credit ends up going. But I'm
saying for me.
For you, okay, yeah. But also, it's like the idea that how is this what you're supposed to do best, and it looks as bad as it does. I always find that really strange, and it really is to me a sign of a bad head coach or someone that isn't very good at their job is when,
or that's just ran its course.
Well, that's fine too, but also the idea when you have your side of the ball, and your side of the ball is what is consistently letting everybody down. Like we talked a lot about Tomlin, and we'll talk about Tomlin later, I'm sure. But one of the things with Tomlin, why I think he puts such an emphasis on the defensive side of the ball is he knows that side. That's his specialty in many ways. That's what he knows, and so he's always going to default to that strength. This is what you know. How is the identity of this team, and has been for years now, the defense when you're an offensive guy?
Yeah.
It's all I'm thinking about.
You've had one top 10 scoring offense in 6 years.
It's just not good enough for that to be what you're supposed to do. Again, talk about Ben Johnson's, for instance. He comes in and immediately he gets that side of the ball to look a million times better than it did with Eberflus. That's how this is supposed to work.
I can't watch a team that is low on talent and discipline. I can't. And again, I don't hold it against the players. The players are the players. They're just going out there trying to make a buck. I get that, right? But being a Cleveland Brown has to stand for something. And there are guys who it stands for something. I think it stands for something for Wyatt Teller. I think it stands for something with David Njoku. I think it stands for something, oddly enough, with a guy like Carson Schlesinger and the way he plays, Denzel Ward from Nordonia. There are guys who want to win here. So I take solace in that. But I think they need a real leader. And listen, am I a little concerned that Jimmy's just going to go find another pliable 36-year-old, 37-year-old offensive coordinator who will say yes sir, no sir to Mr. Haslam because we got to do what Jimmy say? Yeah, little worried. That doesn't make Kevin Stefanski any better of a head coach.
I'm going to kind of roll the dice with even in that scenario in many ways, and I don't know who the offensive coordinator would be, but if you got to keep Jim Schwartz, that has to be a mandatory in this. If you have Jim Schwartz running the defense. And then again, look at like Washington, for instance. They got Cliff Kingsbury, not a good head coach, but as an OC, did wonders with Jaden Daniels taking him to the NFC title game. There's all sorts of Josh McDaniels. Again, not a good head coach, but a good OC, and has Drake May doing what he's doing in New England. Like, there are all sorts of little areas that you can pick this up if the offensive side of the ball is where you truly struggle. But you have to keep Jim Schwartz in this process.
216-474-0092 is a total reset coming to the Browns. JJ, Jimmy, Mike, Insto, you guys stick there. You can hear what Albert Breer had to say about the thought partners in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
bad. Like, I mean, it'd be naive to think public sentiment couldn't play into this to some degree as well. And I understand that's not in the best place. I've said this to you guys a few times over the last couple of years. Like, I really believe that, like, Jimmy Haslam and his family worked really hard to try to figure out, like, what they wanted their football structure to look like. And I think, like, with Stefanski and Barry, they sort of have what they want. And that's why I think they're going to be a little more reluctant to just throw that out.
That was Albert Breer talking about the thought partners and where things are with 5 weeks to go and 5 games to go. We do have Lance Reisland coming up in 15 minutes. So maybe this is the better way to put it. It's not necessarily Nick Wilson is expecting a total reset or Nick Wilson is ready for a total reset. Those things are true. But it's more, we're getting to a point where with 5 games to go, it would be so insulting for Kevin Stefanski to be brought back, and Andrew Berry the same, to be brought back by the Haslam and expect anyone in Cleveland. We will, because, we're not those gap-toothed people in Pittsburgh, and we actually support our team through thin and thick, or with 10-7. Oh, sorry, I was calling back. No, we're not doing this. I'm sorry. Not trying to relitigate the Mike Tomlin fight. But my point is, we're going to support them, but it's just really insulting to Browns fans if they go 3-14 from here, or if they go 4-13 from here, or 5-12 from here, and you bring these guys back as if anyone's done a good job.
Yeah, no, it'll be insulting. I don't know how the response wouldn't be anything but outrage from the fan base. But that's why it's important that if you feel this way, and it feels like more people than not do, that's why we have to continue to talk about it and continue to basically hammer home the idea that you have a great defense. The offense isn't doing its part, and Stefanski's directly held responsible for the offensive side of the ball.
216-474-0092 is a total reset coming for the Browns. I do think Albert, who again has been staunch, now the owner knows what this is, it's a rebuilding year. He said some of that there, but he did leave the door open. I think that's an interesting, it's not a turn from Albert, but I think that's an interesting nuance with Albert that wasn't there probably 3 weeks ago.
Well, you just can't deny it, right? When you don't win enough in 2 years, it becomes the thing like if you even try to make a case, what legs are you standing on? And so that's where, and again, we both called this out how many months ago? You just can't win this few amount of games and expect to keep your job or expect people to even be happy about you keeping your job.
Yeah, and it's also the style of coach. Right? Like guys who are great leaders and great communicators, you might be able to pull something like that off, right? In a true rebuild. It shouldn't take 3 years to get to respectability, but I understand the extenuating circumstances. But there's like maybe 10% of actual coaches that I think could withstand this. Like Dan Campbell, honestly, was one of those guys through the first 2 years in Detroit.
4-19 in his first 23.
Now, what helped him is they finished the season
strong.
strong.
What also helped him, too, was that they were very, and not maybe as much the second year, but that first year, they were very upfront about where they were as an organization. Yeah. And the difference here with the Browns is the Browns just aren't. The Browns have fed you guys the idea that they're competitive every year in the past 2, and they haven't been anywhere close to it. How many people said 8 wins for this upcoming season on a roster that clearly wasn't coming anywhere close to 8 wins?
It depends on which former Browns quarterback they did or didn't talk to.
That's right. It really elevated the stakes there, did it not?
And there's still some merit there. There's still time.
I talked to RG3 the other day, and he just can't believe it.
Well, not a lot that guy can believe. Mike in Stowe, welcome to the show.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Love the show. I mean that. So we're about to go down. Don't take me wrong, because I listen almost every day. It's now we're ready to kick coach again. We were on that about a month ago, and then it got back to the quarterbacks, and now we're back to the coach thing. And look, I understand, you guys have to be on that side, but I got a news flash. We're tanking, man. And I don't know what, in your guys' belief, a tank is, but that's where you lose a lot of games, and you finish up there at the top of the draft, so you can pick better players, which we kind of demonstrate we finally maybe have the ability to do now.
So real quick, buddy, can you? Because I want to give you a chance to say the other thing real quick.
Yeah.
What evidence do you have they're tanking?
Because what they addressed the roster this year, it was pretty clear they didn't fix the line, Nick. The offensive line was bad last year. We got the same guys in right now. Watch some of those plays. Watch that 4th down play where Batonio basically just goes to the ground with nobody in front of him. Our line is so old and so wretched, and we did nothing to fix it.
Are they playing Zach Zinter, Luke Whippler? Have they benched Jerry Jeudy for Isaiah Bond yet? Because to me, in season, those are signs of a tank.
let's not get caught up in that. So here's my point. You want to talk about a new coach? I've listened to the show a lot. I also listen to Albert Breer, and I've listened to him pretty much contradict your guys' take, not only on Shadore, but on Dylan, and also on Kevin. And it's kind of fun watching you guys try to backpedal a lot of what he says, because it ain't what you guys are saying. And I'm not, we all hear.
Where were we wrong on Dylan, by the way?
Not saying wrong. You guys have a different take on Dylan than he has.
He covers a national perspective. We're here locally, with as you hear every day, Mike.
Hey, we all have different opinions, but here's what I got to say. You guys are after the coach. I've listened to Nick. I listen a lot. Maybe he's suggested other guys. I'm one of these people that you want to fire the coach. You want to say, let's get rid of him. I want a name. I want a guy who's available. I want a suggestion. Don't just say do something, because that's usually how you end up in worse situations. So I've heard you, Jonathan, say that, look, I'm after a new guy. The guy that can look at these 5 guys that are leading their divisions. Guess who was 11-5 this first year at Cleveland? Kevin Stefanski. So I'm not going to get excited about a guy who's just out of the gates, who's doing great the first 2/3 of the first year. That doesn't enough for me to be sold on the guy. Yeah, it's a great start. It's a good thing to look at. But I've also heard Nick suggest 2 guys, David Shaw and Robert Saleh. I'd rather have diarrhea for a month than either one of those 2 guys, Nick. So unless you got somebody else to say, let's not talk about firing a coach without a solution. Have a great night, guys.
I did have a solution.
Mike.
You just didn't like my solution. Mike, we appreciate you. I like Adam Stenovich of Green Bay. He's a great offensive line coach. He actually also does a lot of the offensive game planning for Green Bay. So I'd pair him with like a Mike McDaniel if Mike McDaniel got fired. I do think David Shaw is a good NFL head coach. It would be somebody he's a good NFL head coach prospect, because I thought he was really good at Stanford until, NIL. I don't blame a guy for failing under NIL. Hell, I'd take John Gruden, honestly. I would.
Would you take Mike McCarthy?
Yeah, probably, because he wins. I think
Mike
he's
McCarthy,
an absolute goober, but yeah.
Not my favorite choice in the world, but like Mike McCarthy, as long as we're able to keep Schwartz as the defensive coordinator, and then you add an offensive coordinator like a Mike McDaniels that we're talking about, like that's a winning combination.
You think that's enough, or do you think he also wants diarrhea for? It sounds like Mike. I just wanted diarrhea.
It didn't sound like it was pleasant.
It did sound like he might just want it for a month.
You know what though? He did a nice thing and reminded us how often he listens.
That's true. And so he said he liked us,
and he did. So that was like, that's fine. That's good. He didn't come from a place of animosity. He came from a place of like, I disagree with your sports opinion. Let's talk about it, and that's a cool thing, I guess.
And then the diarrhea thing happened.
Well, I think he was, trying to make a joke or something.
Maybe hyperbolic. Yeah, that's fine.
I don't know. Maybe he really would. I don't know.
But I don't know. Like, is there a name that all Browns fans are going to unite around?
That's why I did the exercise of talking about even Liam Cohen in this. And it's Liam Cohen, it's Ben Johnson, it's Mike Vrabel. It's 3 coaches that last year, yes, some are easy to identify. Well, Mike Vrabel's pretty easy to identify as a good head coach. But people looked at the last coaching cycle as if it was completely bare. It wasn't. Those guys are winning, and winning often this season. Does it mean that all 3 of them are going to be gems until the end of time? Of course not. But with each one of those situations, they took basically the same team, ran it back in their own respective ways, and have them much better than what they were last year. I think there's too many good pieces to this team that I think if you gave a new coach in this situation, while keeping some of what happens defensively that's magic, I think you can win a lot of games. I think you can have that type of turnaround in many, many instances, for sure.
Only problem with Stenovich is he is a Michigan man, but honestly, I don't care. Just win some damn games. Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com, coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
on YouTube. Catch the Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. In case you missed it, coming up in about 40 minutes, should be noted, we had Albert Breer on at 4 o'clock today. And we asked him, given Jawan Jennings got punched in the pills 2 weeks ago, and this week Shelby Harris called him a hoe, we asked Albert, what would you rather have happen? He gave a definitive answer. And then our very own Ken Carmen tweeted JP and I the opposite answer. We're going to get to the bottom of that potentially with Ken coming up at around 6:30. He's got TV to do, and then we're going to try and get him in here because I want to get to the bottom of why he would want the opposite of what Albert Breer would want. But we've covered a lot today. Shadore through the first 2 games. We've talked about coaching reset. We've talked a lot here. And we talked a lot about the Wyatt Teller stuff, where the Browns gave Tevin Jenkins some of the snaps at right guard on Sunday. Wyatt was asked after the game whether that was an injury-related. Wyatt said it was performance-related. Then they went to Kevin Stefanski, who said it was injury-related, and then also commented that Wyatt would be out the following week, which is, I think, the earliest we've seen Kevin Stefanski declare somebody not playing the next week. So we're going to talk about that whole situation as well with Lance Reisland. Coach Lance joins us every single Tuesday at 6 p.m. on the Fan Hotline, and he joins us now. Coach, welcome to the show.
What's up, Coach?
Hey, guys, what's going on?
1, I'm getting ready for my burger. 2, we just talked about the Wyatt Teller stuff. I'll ask you, is there anything you're seeing on the tape that would lead you to believe that there's a slippage in Wyatt Teller's play?
Well, listen to what you said. The answer is no. I always try to kind of give coaches, a little bit of benefit of the doubt. It's lonely on top, and when you're on top, everybody's got an answer and all those kind of things. But I've watched every single snap, and he's by far the best offensive lineman. He's had his issues. A lot of his issues have to do with they're in 3rd and 10, and he's not the best lateral mover, but in terms of run game, in terms of displacing people, he's doing everything he's always done, especially when they run what he does best, which is down blocking, gap schemes. He's fantastic. So I don't understand that. The one thing that's bothersome to me is what you said about, like, Kevin said one thing and he said the other. When you don't have alignment, it's a mess. I don't care if it's high school, college, or pro. When you're not aligned from top to bottom and you're struggling like they are, it gets exposed, and winning hides a lot. And when you lose, it shows a true dysfunction, and that's a problem for me, just because that tells you they're not aligned, and that's part of the issue right now with their performance on the field.
All right, Coach, you watched the tape. What did you like from Shadore? What did you dislike from Shadore?
Well, I'll be honest with you, JP. I thought he took a step back, and here's the reason why. One is he did not have the impact that he did in week 1 in terms of energy with his teammates. And part of what Shadore does is have that energy with his teammates. Performance-wise, he's late. And his footwork is causing him to be late. Everybody's talking about the miss to Judy. For me, the miss to Judy came on the dig. It came about 2 seconds earlier because his footwork was bad in the pocket. He wasn't ready to throw the ball. And that play I've broken down 1,000 times. Fanning cleared it. Mustafa went with Fanning, et cetera, et cetera. Judy comes open, and he's got to deliver it on time. But his footwork doesn't, allow for that. Now, everything he's messing up, he can fix. There's some tangibles he have that is really important for a quarterback. He makes plays. He has good energy. But in terms of performance, he took a step back. And, one thing I've been hearing all week is that, he hasn't, they're kind of handcuffing him. Just like with Dylan, those plays are there. Hopefully he can make those as he's coming along, right? He missed a couple dig routes. He had a couple gifts. We call them gifts, like where it's man coverage on the outside and you have a comeback. Take those if they give them to you. He's just missing some things right now. The speed of the game and his footwork is really showing up, because when his footwork isn't good, it's not marrying. The drop isn't marrying when the receiver comes open. And that's happening a bunch. So I think he regressed a little bit, but that's why you can't get too excited when he does poorly and down too much when he does, when he does really well or does really poorly. There's going to be ups and downs. You got to let him fight through it, and then you find out what you have.
How quick of a fix is footwork?
Well, it's hard because footwork is when you're in game, when you're in live situations. So we always work 3, 5, 7, throwing on the run, all those kind of things from every level. The problem is you have to do it in game speed. You have to do it when you're a live target. And when you're a live target and all bets are off. And so it's not what you repeatedly say, it's what you repeatedly do. So he's got those game reps when you talk about, things he had, you hope he watches it on film. You hope he sees what the footwork did for him and how it cost him a completion after completion and allowed him to be late. That's important, and you have to see that at live. You could take all the reps you want and throw into a net. That's great. That's important. But when you're live and you're getting your, what knocked off, it's a lot different. So it's those game reps, and you want to see if there's progression with game reps. So this week is a big week for him. He didn't play in my eyes, he didn't play very well. I want to see how he responds for that, just like I did with Dylan, and he didn't really respond. Now you want to see what Shadore can do, because I don't think he played particularly well. And I kind of want to see him respond and see what see his improvement from week to week.
Did you think his footwork was off in the Raiders game? Is this something that is new to you, or is this something that did exist in the Raiders game, but he was just able to get away with it better?
Well, JP, if you look at the Raiders game, he threw a great ball to Bond, and that the most impressive thing about that is he knew where the extra rusher was coming from to get out of the way. So it tells you he understands fronts and coverages. So I really like that. You like the fact that he threw the ball, on the post wheel to Fannin. You like that he choked it down a little bit, made Fannin, kind of control his speed so the corner couldn't come back and get him. So there's things he's doing mentally that you really like. But he's not doing a lot in terms of getting to second, third progressions, right? He's throwing a lot of screens. He's throwing, he's throwing quick throws. He's throwing hitches. He's throwing some things. So he didn't do a lot of that against the Raiders. So he has to continue to do that in practice, and they have to continue to give him more and more reps where he's getting to second and third progressions. Because what you saw against the 49ers is Salah just made him took away stuff. And when you take away stuff, you have to get the second, third progression. That's when his footwork is struggling. Now, remember, he's never had pass protection, so that's part of it as well. Once again, just like with Dylan, just like with Shadore, the people around him, the weather, all those things we talk about, those are real things, especially with young quarterbacks. And you're seeing it with Shadore. He's doing some good things, but there's some fundamental issues that he has with his footwork and being late and not seeing some things.
Coach Maliek Collins, great first 12 games as a Cleveland Brown. He's going to be out for the rest of the season. What kind of impact should we expect on the defensive front with Maliek Collins out?
Well, I've been huge on Maliek Collins since we signed him. I thought he was a steal. Not only has he been productive everywhere he's been, but now he's in this incredible scheme that really fits his skill set of jumping in a gap and just being super aggressive. He's a lot more violent with his hands than I ever thought he was when I watched him on film when he got to Cleveland. He's been outstanding. In fact, I think he was playing at an all-pro level most of this year, so it's a big loss. Now, in terms of evaluation, now you get to see what Mike Hall does. Now, Mike Hall is a guy who's had great pass rushing, that kind of pedigree from Ohio State, even when he gets in the mix. Now he's got to be in every down back. Now he's got D-tackle. Now he's got to take on those double teams. Now he's got to play zone and gap schemes. Now he's got to be more than just a pass rusher, so it's going to be a big test. But losing Maliek Collins is huge. He's been absolutely dominant inside, and his A and B gap pressure with Mason Graham is part of the reason Myles Garrett's going to break the sack record.
Coach, what'd you make of the game plan in the second half? Nick and I have both been pretty critical of just continuing to run the ball as much as they did and not let Shadore really throw the ball deep or do anything from even though the weather, I get it, I understand it, but you had 40 total rushing yards in the second half, and it's kind of turned into a back and forth about whether or not they should have just consistently just stayed with what they were doing, even though as Salah, as you mentioned before, really mixes it up. And I thought he did a great job of, from the first half to the second half, looking completely different as far as the defenses that he was showcasing.
Well, I've always believed, when people say it's predictable or vanilla, it's lack of execution. And that's what you kind of saw up front. If you watch I tweeted out a couple things today. They had more vertical displacements on their double teams in the first half than I've seen all year. Those guys were moving those D tackles from the 49ers, and that was really good technique. They were hip to hip. They were doing everything they're supposed to, kind of what you saw back 21-22. Then in the second half, they kind of lost it. Now, as an offensive coordinator, they were rushing the ball so well in the first half. Sometimes you get stuck there. Sometimes you get stuck saying, that's what we did well, and you have to adjust. Now, he's a new play caller, and once again, you hope he kind of grows from that and says, you know what, here's what the adjustments were. And there really weren't he wasn't doing too much different. They brought a safety down occasionally, but really they just weren't executing up front. Their double teams weren't as dominant as they were in the first half, and then he's got to adjust. And for me, it's going, if your zone doesn't work, then you got to go gap scheme, maybe pin and pull. I think those are things hopefully Tommy Rees is learning as he's going through this, like, if teams do certain things, I have to adjust as well and not kind of stick with what I'm doing, even though they had tremendous, like I said, their first half, JP, that was the best they've ran the ball in terms of technique-wise, fundamentals, and just getting off the ball and being a little bit nasty.
All right, Coach. We had Shelby Harris call Jawan Jennings a hoe this week. We also had Jawan Jennings 2 weeks ago get punched in the pillbox. What to you would be a worse crime, being called the first thing or being punched in the business?
I don't want to, we've all been punched in the bed. I'm not in. I've been hit in the biz. No, you can call me whatever names don't bother me. Call me whatever you want. Those, it's like getting the wind knocked out of you. I'm not into that whatsoever. So yeah, if you can call me whatever you want, just kind of stay away from me. Something's going on with that guy though, because there was some anger there that I have not seen. A word that you used today that I heard, ass clown. He must be kind of an ass clown, because that's the only thing that happens when you get players that angry. You're doing something to irritate them. But
did you talk to Nick on the phone today? Is that where you heard that for the first time?
I think I said it earlier today.
Did you say it in the show? Is that what that is?
No,
that's a Nick phrase.
Before. I really like that.
Okay.
I think it's underused. I think it hits home what you're trying to say. The way you act, like, I think it's a perfect line. So yeah, I think it's underused, and I appreciate it for sure.
Have you ever been playing where somebody said something that was just completely outlandish, and did you lose your cool?
No, because I was always kind of kind of thinking about the play and kind of thinking what's going on. But yeah, you get two things that happen. Bottom of the piles they always talk about. There are some nasty things that go on in the bottom of the piles. And you've asked every quarterback, everybody talks about the tush push. The things that have happened to Jalen Hurts on the bottom of that tush push over the last 3 years, he can probably write a book about that. That's the worst thing, is when you're on the bottom of those piles.
Proctology exam there, Coach?
Yeah, it's
we call that the Urban Meyer. We call that the Urban Meyer on the dance floor.
Yeah, exactly right. Things are happening that you don't want. But yeah, you get some things like when they start talking about like family members and stuff, like people like by name and stuff. You're like, how do you even know who I'm related to and things like that? Yeah, it gets pretty personal out there. But once again, just like everything else, you don't give the bully, you don't give them any, I just kind of walk away from it. It makes me laugh. You went to the effort to find out who I was related to. That's, find out what I'm throwing or what plays we're running. Don't worry about who I'm related to. So yeah, it gets pretty nasty out there. But once again, that being said, that's how bad Jennings must have been. It must have been something absolutely atrocious.
All right, guys, tush push on 2. It's first and 20. I said tush push on 2.
Right, why do we always practice this play? Why is this the one play we always practice?
It's the worst. There's nothing worse. Those piles are the absolute worst.
Coach, you're a gentleman. I can smell my burger from here, and you've been wonderful.
We're gonna have to set that up. I'm looking. That's fair and square. We'll set that up. You let me know what you're thinking, and we'll bring those into the station one day.
Ready for it.
I thought, Coach, you think undefeated every week. There's still 5 games left.
That's true. They could get to 8 wins.
I picked 9.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
All right,
you
lost. Then you lost. You lost. Then okay.
I'll take that dub.
And to be honest with you, you said you just wanted the over, which is 5.5, right? I was like, no, I want 9. So you gave me an opportunity. I chose 9. So I got to honor it. I got to call it like I see it. I lost, so I can't get to it. So whenever you're ready, you let me know.
Oh, I'm ready. Coach, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you guys having me. I'll talk soon.
Lance Reisland there, Cleveland.com on the Fan hotline. Give him the business there, Coach was. We'll react to what he had to say, and maybe a visit from Ken Carman about 15 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys, Nick Wilson here for my friends at Blue Chew. Give them the old business there. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your downstairs part. Right? And guys, Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best, stronger, harder, longer lasting, like someone gave your downstairs a pep talk and a gym membership. Woo! You got it, Albert. You the man. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guys, this isn't just about performance. Give our group chat something to talk about. Chat, we got to talk about Albert. He's upped his game. That's how that would sound. I've never been in a women's group chat before. It's going to surprise you. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com, as we've also got a special deal for our listeners.
little after 7 o'clock. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markouch.
All day long. All day. All the time.
At work. 923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got In Case You Missed It coming up in about 20 minutes here. He's got TV duties. We're trying to see if we can get Ken on in about 7 minutes. Because he said the opposite of what every guy I've heard answer. A very simple question. But we've been talking about a reset at coach, at GM. Mm-hmm. Have we heard anybody say no? I mean,
no.
Mike was more like, you got to give me a plan, Mike from Stowe.
Which is a fair ask.
But I haven't heard anyone say just outright, Stefanski and or Barry have to stay.
I feel like, because now we've been doing this for a while, right? I feel like at the beginning of our Stefanski convos, like a year ago, at this time, it was like we'd get like a staunch phone bank. Like the phone banks would lit up with like no. And then, no, I haven't seen anybody. It's like the Gabriel Gobblers, or there's like two of them that exist. These Stefanski supporters, they're just, there's a lot of alliteration between Stefanski and Shadore and how we align the supporters.
The supporters?
Supporters is the best we could do there. That's the best. That's the best. I set you up just horribly there. But the point is that no, nobody's ready to defend him.
All right, we got Mike in Frisco, Texas here. Mike, welcome to the show. Are we hurtling towards a reset at head coach and GM?
Oh, we can only hope so. It has to happen. Yeah, I just heard you say, I'm sorry, I just got in the car. But there needs to be a plan, so I'll tell you part of the plan, and I'll tell you why. I'm tired of not having football people running a football operations. And I know technically they are, but not really. You know, we had a football guy in the house last year, and we let him go to New England and look what he's doing. I was really hoping last year that we would fire everybody, put Vrabel in as coach, and the other part of the plan would be go up to Detroit with an open checkbook and ask John Dorsey to come back and write his salary. I don't care. We need someone that can come in here and build a doggone football team and coach a football team. It's amazing to me what we just did in this last offseason is the one that got me where I'm finally done with Barry. And I was trying to hang in there. I know we can say he drafted a lot of talent, but what the heck are we doing drafting defensive tackle, linebacker, essentially backup tight end, but I guess maybe not really. Maybe Fannon's number one now. I don't know. Running backs and all this. Ridiculous. If there wasn't a quarterback to go after in the first round this year, then build an offense so when you get a quarterback, we can't even evaluate. Let's be honest. Gabriel or Sanders trying to evaluate these guys with this offensive line, this wide receiver crew is ridiculous. You know, so but getting an extra defensive tackle with the number 5 pick, that's like a luxury pick that we didn't have. Adding a third running back is a luxury we didn't have. And frankly, and I'll wrap this up quickly, at least this part of it, I went back over 20 years of the quarterback drafts, and in rounds 3 through 5, 78 quarterbacks were taken, and 3 of them hit. And by hit, I don't mean Super Bowl or Pro Bowl. I just mean becoming competent starters. 3 of them. 1 in the 3rd round, Russell Wilson. 2 in the 4th round, Dak and Kirk Cousins. And that's it. You know how many 5th-round quarterbacks hit? None. And Dak went to a team that was quarterback ready, you know, and so did Russell Wilson. So to even throw that out there is ridiculous. You go fishing for a big fish in a lake that doesn't have any fish in it when you go for a quarterback in the 3rd, 4th, or 5th round.
It's a lot of fishing.
We can't figure out if we want to be a now team or a future team. And if we're going to be a now team, then go build a dog on offense. If we're not, I hate to say this, but get rid of Denzel Ward and Myles Garrett and David Njoku and Wyatt Teller while you can still get something for them. Let's just do a reset. But it's like we can't figure out what we want to be. This organization needs to be blown up and get somebody here who can understand how to build a football team.
Mike, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much. So, yeah, I mean, I think the problem with a plan that I think they're going to try and do, which is bring back Andrew Barry and then hire new head coaches. I have no evidence, even if Andrew Barry can suddenly draft okay or good or whatever, I have no evidence he knows how to build a winning football team consistently.
Right.
And when it comes to Stefanski, I just think like they did a really good job at getting guys who have found a way to build consensus with each other. Stefanski with Barry with DePodesta, right? And present a front that is united. Okay, they've done a great job at making sure beat reporters can't do their job as well. Dynamite drop in Monty. But I think this next head coach, the two things missing from the war chest of Kevin Stefanski, everything's negotiable except these two things. I need someone that can communicate with the fans. If you're going to make this guy the face of the franchise, he has to be somebody that this town sees themselves in. And I need somebody that I believe gets the troops going, that gets everybody on the same page. And I think that is a leader of men. I don't think you're going to win with a guy that's, I'm really an offensive guy, and then that's going to be a defensive head coach over there, and then I don't buy that. I think you need a real, honest-to-goodness leader to get you out of where you are. It doesn't have to be Dan Campbell, but it certainly cannot be a Kevin Stefanski type.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all just, I think I'm exhausted. I think I'm just tired of everything that Stefanski brings to the table. I don't want to go too hard in course correcting, you know what I mean? I don't want to go from like complete analytical guy to then all of a sudden we have the meatball head coach and it feels like it's closer to Freddie Kitchens than even we are comfortable admitting or wanting. So I think threading that line is going to be an interesting tactic. But yes, I want something that is basically polar opposite of what Stefanski had always promised us he would be.
All right, now we're going to get to the Albert Breer sound in just a minute. But, JJ, you have been waiting very patiently, buddy. You got 45 seconds. What you got for us?
All right, let's keep it quick then. Listen, we was fed to believe that this guy was an offensive guru and a quarterback whisperer. He is not. Clearly, we done gave him plenty of quarterbacks. He haven't whispered to him. He haven't gurued anything. So I think it's time to move on. And if I'm not mistaken, Pittsburgh is kind of done with Mike Tomlin, and so is their fan base. And if I'm mistaken, our owner has a piece of Pittsburgh history. Let's go make it happen. Okay, enough is enough already. These guys can't draft. They can't lead men. And the whole analytics thing is not working for the Cleveland Browns. It's not an analytics city. We play football here in the cold for a few more years. Let's just get rid of these guys and get moving towards something new. Because if you're going to charge us $200 a seat, this is not going to make it happen.
All right, JJ.
Enjoy the rest of y'all night, fellas.
All right, buddy. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. Now, to switch gears here pretty quickly.
Yeah, segue into this one.
Albert Breer was on earlier, and we talked about Jawan Jennings.
He's pulling it off, folks.
Listen, against all odds, we're going to do it. We're going to land the damn plane. Shelby Harris called Jawan Jennings a hoe for saying something this week. Then, the previous week, Jawan Jennings got punched in the breadbasket. And so we went to Albert and asked this tough question, would you rather be hit in the pillbox or would you rather be called a hoe? Albert, what's worse, getting punched in the beanbag or being called a hoe?
Oh, I mean, at my age, I'd rather be called a hoe. I don't care if somebody calls me a hoe.
I know.
100%. Yeah,
I know.
100%.
I kind of feel like Shelby Harris should have found a better word for it.
It's really not even that much of an insult.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's one of the things where there's like inequities between girls and guys. I mean, there was a point in my life where like being called a hoe would actually be a compliment, right?
Right.
All right, so that's pretty much been the predominant take here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm dying to find out what Ken's spin on this is going to be because I almost feel like I want to put the challenge out there to him. Like,
you get to call him a hoe or punch him.
No. He can call me a hoe, and then I can do the Bobby Hill. I can punch him in the nards and scream, "You stole my purse, and I don't know you," and then run away. That's what I would like to do.
All right,
that's why the offer's on the table.
So the reason we know
you get
Ken
to call
would
me
choose.
a hoe. I pull the Bobby Hill and we get this thing going.
Do I have to get hit in the pillbox or can I just call you a hoe?
We can 100% videotape all of this, by the way. I know we're trying to get the TikTok account growing over here. TikTok, we can do YouTube Live, all of it.
Growing and hoeing.
You call me a hoe all day long, okay?
Real quick, because our guy...
I get one swift
He
kick.
tweeted at us during the Albert Breer interview he'd rather be kicked in the pillbox than be called a hoe. And we asked him so generously to give his time here. He's just off the Fox 8 lot. Ken Carmen of the Morning Boys on the fan hotline. Ken, can you explain your tweet for us, sir?
You stole my purse and I don't know you.
It's very easy, and I love any reference to Bobby Hill. It's very easy. Is that if you come up to me and you just hit me in the fellas, That's dirty pool, mister. But I still have my dignity. Not for the time being, I'll be doubled over. But I still have my dignity. You're the one who did the low blow. But if I did something of that nature, if I, like what Jawan Jennings said, like I think you should be responsible for things you said. Now, this is under pretenses here, guys. If I said, like, okay, Mac doesn't have a wife and kids, not yet, so I'll use him as an example.
Ever.
If I said something about something Mac said on the air, that's one thing. I can answer for that. But if I said, Mac Robinson, he said this and he's an idiot, which I wouldn't call him an idiot, and that trickles down to his wife and kids, and then he decided that he wanted to demand satisfaction out of me, and I just went and hid behind Nick Wilson or went and hid behind Keith Britton, that's what Shelby Harris is talking about. And you got to be responsible for things you say. You have to answer for things you say. These are guys who live in a physical world. They're in a physical business. This is hand-to-hand combat. You can't just say these things and go run behind your offensive line. I don't know exactly what Jawan Jennings said, but I imagine I'm on Shelby Harris' side here. I imagine I'm on Myles Garrett's side here. You can't say these things.
I like that you described it like it's a duel.
Well, yeah, I mean,
man satisfaction.
Because us three, we talk about each other all the time in here, all the time. But if I said something about your family, that's over the line. That's beyond the pale. And I either need to apologize for that and say the tiger got out of the cage, or I need to answer for that. And I don't imagine we would settle things physically, but if it came to that, well, I'm not going to just go run and hide behind somebody like a hoe in that case. You don't do that. That's not what grown men do.
I love the fact that you waited this whole time to finally use the word hoe until you could really deliver maximum potency. That's beautiful.
I don't like to use those words too terribly much. You know me. I don't use filthy language.
Not a hoe guy?
No. But
she's not your hoe.
By the way, some guy on the internet, like calling Albert Breer or you or me or anybody that word, that's whatever. But I don't know. I told you guys this story. Like I had a former Browns linebacker one time stare at me, waiting for me to talk to him about something that I actually didn't say because
he was confused, right? Yeah.
And that guy. He absolutely would have beat the brakes off me right there in front of God and everybody. And I'm glad that we had a nice laugh about it afterwards, thank God, because he absolutely would have wore me out in front of everybody. And I'm glad that I did not say those things because I don't think I've ever said anything on the air that I wouldn't be willing to say to a player.
So it's not really that you'd rather get punched in the pillbox than be called that word. It's that you'd rather get punched in the pillbox than actually be a hoe.
At the end of it, as grown men, the last things we have is our dignity and our self-respect. And to say those things allegedly and to just hide behind bigger men is wrong. It's wrong, and I'm going on what Shelby Harris is going on. I don't think I'm going to hear Jawan Jennings' side anytime. So I'm going to go ahead and agree with Shelby Harris.
The color analyst for the 49ers said the Browns overreacted. Is he a hoe, Ken?
No, but the difference here in this conversation is that Jawan Jennings has had both experiences that have played out, right? So, we've seen it. We've seen the kick in the stones and being called a hoe. That's why it's an either or. It's not there's no defense that's happening here of Jawan Jennings. It's just which would you rather have? You got to circle the Scantron A or B, and you've circled it getting kicked in the nards, which is why I propose, if you want to, you can gladly call me a hoe, and I will kick you in the nards, and we can shake hands in the middle. I'll sign up for that.
Yeah. No, I mean, just again, getting the privilege of covering football teams, there's certain things you better not say to a football player out on the field, or you better expect retribution for it. And he might have got away with something. And who's the color analyst again for the 49ers? What's his name?
Something Fox. Joe Fox, Ted Fox, Timmy. No, not Tim Fox.
Dustin.
No, not Dustin. No, I don't know. I saw your tweet. I don't necessarily know what the guy said. I didn't get a chance to click on it, but I feel I would probably. I know Shelby Harris runs a little bit hot. I respect that. but at the same time, I don't think he would have just flown off the handle while Malik Collins is laying there on the ground if nothing was said at all.
Also, you said you don't like to curse on air. I've heard you say the B word. I've heard you say the S word and the WH word. But ho is too far?
Wait, I have not the S word.
Didn't you call Lima that a cheap something? Not S-H.
Different S word. Different S word.
S-L.
Yeah, I was like, what?
Wait, so why are you drawing the line and not saying it now too?
Well, because
I better not have.
I would not say
yeah,
SL or
that's
not on air.
That's where you draw.
But I'd say ho on air.
Okay, what's the difference?
We're getting awful close here, boys. Did you
not call him a cheap?
If you'd say one, you'd say the other.
Whatever the iteration of.
Yeah.
He dumped it.
Yeah, I just don't like. That's worse than ho to me.
Yes,
it's the same thing.
But he didn't do a whole thing. I did it again. He didn't do like no. Lima has no problem saying what he wants to my face. That's fine. I don't mind that.
All right, Ken. I understand what you've said now more now that you've been on air. I don't think I could have a quarrel with your explanation. I get it.
And I did want to also say, Ken, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for adding me to the Christmas card list.
You're not supposed to tell people that.
Too late.
You're not. Oh, jeez.
I didn't know this was a secret. This is like some big kept secret. I didn't know that.
I only got so many, and now it's going to be a problem. Doggone it.
Let me ask you: is Mitch on the list?
Is Hugh Jackson on the list?
I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your show.
Is Owen?
And if I don't talk to you again, Owen's definitely on the list.
Kenny Kidd?
Have a happy holiday.
We're just naming people that
Kenny Kidd's absolutely on the list.
Spooner? I'm just guys that you worked with in the morning. I'm just thinking out loud.
I can't believe I'm telling you to do. You better put the safety back on, buddy.
All right, buddy. See you later.
Okay, bye, Ken.
Suits. Bye. Goodbye.
Ken Carmen, decidedly not a hoe on the fan hotline. We didn't. We're not gonna. I didn't want to do this to him on air, but Keith had a funny. Can we? I was going to do
it. I was going to do it, and then I couldn't find a way to work it in. Outside of just directly saying it, would just seem mean.
Keith sent us a tweet saying, "Ask Ken if he would volunteer to host the St. Ignatius Coaches Show with Hugh Jackson." It's actually going to be Mac and Hugh Jackson.
How's that interview go?
The quickest flip-flop in history.
Hey, so Hugh Jackson, what do you think about AAA baseball players?
It's going to be like Michael Markoch on Pat Fitzgerald. All of a sudden, Pat Fitzgerald.
What a take. I mean, my goodness.
His era par freaking senior. In case we missed it, 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
The Browns were off today, but still made a couple of roster moves ahead of Sunday's matchup against the Tennessee Titans. Defensive tackle Malik Collins was placed on season-ending injured reserve after suffering a quad injury that requires surgery in Sunday's loss to the Niners. Defensive end Sam Kamara was signed to the active roster to fill the open spot. Lions star wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown is unsure if he will be able to play Thursday night against the Dallas Cowboys. St. Brown suffered an ankle sprain during the loss to the Packers on Thanksgiving and sat out of practice for the second straight day today. On the hardwood, the Cavs don't return to action until tomorrow night against the Trailblazers, but there is news coming out of New Orleans as Zion Williamson will once again miss time, this time with a right adductor injury. He will be reevaluated in 3 weeks. Some news in the college football coaching carousel as Texas Tech coach Joey McGuire
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Final segment of today's show. I want to say a big thanks to our guest today, John Fanta, joined us at 3:20 today. Great, passionate stuff. He is out on Stefanski. Also, Albert Breer joined us at 4. We talked about Shadore's impact through 2 weeks. We also talked about the thought partners in Berea and whether they were thinking as partners still. And great stuff with Albert at 4. Lance Riesland at 6. Great stuff on Wyatt Teller. Why did the Browns bench that dude? It could be an injury if you listen to Kevin Stefanski. If you listen to Wyatt Teller, that's not the damn case. Classic Browns. Great job, Kevin. You never go full Hugh Jackson. And, of course, thank you to Ken Carmen for joining in the previous segment where we broke down what really matters in Cleveland sports. But let's get to In Case We Missed It.
All right, we're gonna start off. This comes from our friends in Philadelphia, WIP, and now it's been an interesting day already across that station. Spike Eskin, for instance, compared Jalen Hurts to Ben Simmons, which was quite the move. And then I never know how to say this guy's last name, so I apologize if I get it wrong. You might know. He's been at the station for a long time. Joe, is it Giglio? Is that how you say it?
I think it's Giglio.
Giglio,
like Gigli.
Yeah, okay, good. All right. Yeah. I'm better for it now.
I know a Giglio from South Carolina, so I'm assuming it's the same Giglio.
Okay,
Not
great.
Same guy, but same name.
He's been at the station for a long time. But the point is that he had these thoughts offered up on where the Eagles are currently with Jalen Hurts, as it seems like all of Philadelphia right now is melting down around their quarterback situation.
We keep looking at it and trying to unpack what's wrong and this and variables and all that. And I just keep thinking about something, and I'm wondering, and I have to tell everyone about it. I have started to privately wonder what the offense would look like if Tanner McKee was playing quarterback. I don't think I'm the only one out there. Every time he's played well, right? Whether it be preseason or the games at the end of last season, we've seen him move the football. And now we have a season where we're not moving the football at all. I'll be clear, I don't expect this to happen, but I, as a fan, have privately started to picture what this offense would look like if Tanner McKee was playing quarterback.
The wild disrespect to Jalen Hurts in that clip. I mean, come on.
I just want to.
It's unheard of.
I just want to make sure that I remember this correctly.
Yeah.
That guy won a Super Bowl for them 10 months ago, right?
10 months ago. It wasn't that long ago. Yeah. But the dysfunction that is happening right now, the Eagles offense and the people around the Eagles situation, they're an 8-4 football team. He's thrown 2 interceptions all year, and people are acting as if he just forgot how to play the position.
I think the problem is, and by the way, a post-June 1 trade for Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, what'd you pull up?
$12 million a year for the 26 and 27. It's roughly $8 million.
I mean, you heard it. I mean, there are Eagles fans and Eagles again. All the city of Philadelphia seems like they've all turned on Jalen Hurts really quickly.
Here's all I'll say:
0 shelf life on winning a Super Bowl. Apparently,
if karma is real, Philadelphia will never win a sports championship again. They're the worst people. I mean, they're just awful. They make New Yorkers look like potheads from California who just want to listen to some Grateful Dead and get in the groove with each other, right? Philadelphia people are just bat bleep insane. They're like, don't go to the Lincoln Field is a beautiful place to go witness a game, but if you do go in the stands, you're going to get punched out by some idiot. I just have no respect for that class of people. They did the same thing with the Phillies after, like a year after the Phillies won their first World Series in 40 years. They're sports ingrates. And the idea that you want to
We're down to Tanner McKee, though? I mean, that's where we're at in this conversation?
And you're egging Kevin Patullo's house. Like, at some point, you need to grow up. I live and die with football. It is my life. When I'm not here, I'm talking or thinking about football or sports in general.
Yeah.
It is obsessive, the amount of football I consume. And if the Browns had an offensive coordinator I thought was not good, I wouldn't egg his house. And if Jalen Hurts was the quarterback and he just won a damn Super Bowl, and anybody at this station suggested that they wanted to see Tanner McKee instead, they would be laughed off the station. laughed.
But
it
does tell me. I do want to know what we're missing in this conversation. Clearly, we're missing something.
I think it's we're not missing. I think it's he's missing brain cells. That's the only way you get
this, though. You can't have Spike Eskin comparing Jalen Hurts to Ben Simmons today, and then this take from Joe last night. Like you can, we obviously are missing something in this conversation. I don't know what it is. I really don't. Do they just think that obviously they think Jalen Hurts is just a product of the system is all it is?
Yeah, that doesn't fly for 5 years in the NFL, and it doesn't get you to the Super Bowl twice.
I'm with you. I'm trying to find out what we're missing. I know there's been the people that do deep dives into Eagles football have talked loudly about the idea that he only throws to the corner sides of the field, doesn't attack the middle at all, and it's like, okay. And then obviously there's a weird feud happening between multiple wide receivers, including A.J. Brown. It's like, okay, you're still an 8-4 football team. He still looks like he's having a good season.
Yeah, if you could snap your fingers and make that offensive line healthy, they'd be just fine. The problem is that is an offensive line that is, and that system really is built on Saquon Barkley getting his, and when he pops off, it opens
looks
up.
Awful this season. That is another part of this.
But when Saquon can pop off, it opens up things in the passing game, and so now Jalen doesn't have run support and he doesn't have pass pro support because they're a one-dimensional offense, and then he's got a bunch of wide receivers throwing hissy fits. Like,
I heard a take earlier today. I wish I could remember who it was from. It was one of the national people I was tuning in
was
and out.
Was it the other Joe Giglio?
No, I don't remember which one it was.
Or it could have been Joe Giglio.
They were making the suggestion that it's not unheard of after this season that Nick Sirianni could be fired.
Yeah, that's just I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just saying if sports karma is real, those ass clowns will never win a Super Bowl again. They got 2 Super Bowls, and they start thinking they're, I don't know, a great franchise.
Oh, it was Nick Wright. That's who it was. I was trying to remember who it was. I listened to a lot of people this morning.
Is Nick Wright wrong?
You call him Nick wrong then.
Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. That's because you denied Hugh Jackson would be a good head coach at St. Ignatius. You don't think he's Catholic enough, do you? Big thanks to Jake Murrin doing the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Michael Markoch, Mackenzie Flumes, all the M's, really. We got an M-laden show. M and M&M. But if you guys missed any bit of today's show, of course, you can watch the entire thing back. I broke multiple times hard on today's show, but you can watch back on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel all 5 hours long. JP, good stuff.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
Be back tomorrow on a hump day version of this show. Would you trade for Jalen Hurts? I'll see you guys tomorrow, too.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.